it remains just a piece of paper. We in the NDC have in the recent past expressed the above reservations, and we look forward to hearing conclusively on the steps taken to address these.
We are pleased to inform you of our readiness to conduct transparent, credible, peaceful elections. This starts with our special voting, which takes place on Monday, the 2nd of December.
Well, good morning from our studios here at Adesawe in Accra, and welcome to The Key Point. You've heard the two main political parties' flag bearers talk about their commitment to peace and all the others who are going to be on the ballot paper for the presidential election as well. After the signing of the Peace Pact just some 2 days ago. Now, beyond the signing of the Peace Pact, the many conversations that have dotted the media platforms is about what next? What next after the signing of the Peace Pact? This is the 4th time we're going on this path. Many who have also made reference to the 8 people who were killed in the 2020 elections and the fact that there's still no justice for them and their families. As we speak, at least as media, we have no updates into their investigations of exactly who are the persons behind that very unfortunate and highly condemnable situation that happened in 2020. We would have a conversation this morning. But the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, has recommended a forensic audit and possible prosecution of the trustees of the National Cathedral project. Now, this comes after an investigation into allegations of corruption and abuse of power regarding that controversial project. Findings detailed in a report, in fact, 165-page report, following complaints by North Tongue Member of Parliament Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. The report highlights several breaches of Ghana's procurement laws, particularly in the award of the construction contract to Rebade Company Limited. SHRAJ has also concluded that the contract was void ab initio. That's void right from the beginning for being entered into contrary to the mandatory provisions of the Procurement Act, Act 663, as amended by Act 914. So really, this report signed by Joseph Whittal, the Commissioner of SHRAJ, is calling on PPA to intervene and cancel the contract between the Republic of Ghana and Rebade Company Limited for the construction of this National Cathedral. Now, the fundamental question this morning is, who is going to carry out these recommendations? Who is going to implement these recommendations captured in the SHRAJ report? We have a conversation this morning on this matter, and I'll tell you what, there's something on this particular issue which we will show you this morning, so stay with us. Coming up as well this morning is an all-important conversation on this Peace Pact signing. But beyond that, a nation at the crossroads. We have 7 days, exactly 7 days from today. You and I would exercise our franchise in choosing who would lead us as parliamentary candidates or members of parliament, and also a president for the next 4 years, exactly a week away from today. At exactly 7 a.m., polls will open. Now the question is, what kind of leader does Ghana need? With all the complexities of our problems and the issues that we're faced with right now. We'll have a number of people joining us as well for this conversation. This will conduct, indeed, according to the Electoral Commission, they say they're ready for the best polls in the country's history in the 2024 general elections. But a number of the stakeholders in this election are not quite happy with some of the issues happening related to the Electoral Commission's preparedness. Yesterday, there was an IPAC meeting. A number of issues came up there, which we would talk about. Beyond the assurance coming on the back of the Electoral Commission's admission of ballot shortfalls in the Greater Accra, Western, North, Upper East, Upper West region, and the Volta region, for that matter. What can be done to assuage the concerns of these major stakeholders going into the election? We'll talk about it this morning. Stay with us. After this quick break, we'll start the conversation right now here on Key Point. On TV3, we're live on 3FM 92.7 and a number of radio stations across the country. Also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. I am Alfred Okanse. On behalf of the rest of the team, I welcome you to this all-important conversation this morning. As always, you're an integral part of it. The conversation starts right now.
Mahama once said,
I've seen more demonstrations and strikes in my first 2 years. I don't think it can get worse in the second 2 years. I have the dead goat syndrome.
Dadanoa. On December 7th, vote for integrity, competency, and development. Esuro.
In the beginning, life feels heavy. But then, hope arrives. Star 446 hash saves you in the Dewa Chop Money draw at 10 a.m.
Congratulations!
Give your dream a chance. Give better. Like life, Dewa 539 gives another chance for those who miss their morning Chop Money draw to get lucky in the daily Dewa Rush Hour draw at 1:30 p.m.
Play every day.
And you may draw no social life. Dial star 446 ash. Nika Dewa 539. Direct Lotto no. Net 7 o'clock and you may be
24 hours. 3 daily draws at 10 a.m., 1:30 p.m. and 7 p.m. Dewa 539 is designed to save you in the moments that matter most. Play every day, win every day. Dewa.
Allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all.
In almost 8 years, what is the verdict of this proclamation?
One day on television, I will kneel down and say, Mahama, I am sorry. And someone make kafan who's our angel.
Say one day,
Mahama was an angel.
Mahama Kafra. Maybe you this in you, but I stand for the truth. Mahama, sorry.
Oh, I'll take this opportunity to apologize to the former president. I mean, His Excellency John Mahama.
And yesterday, I was bold to apologize to President Mahama because he's a fine gentleman.
Corruption, the number of times 10. Mahama, this year, the Facha Ghana from the Facha and the Facha.
My 5 years so up at your mama chopper, but no to say car. Me book the Japan show. My body baby, no how my body baby.
Me say someone make a kafa Mahama who pa that time me piece of Mahama you come forward you say na Mahama angel.
Santex and Crown Paints. Excellent paint that is resistant to peeling, mold, algae, and fungus. It comes in a wide range of colors with high opacity, high spread rate, and dries fast with no afterpaint stench. Santex and Crown Paints are distributed by Bamson Company Limited. Locate us at Sickens House, Old Fatima Road, South Industrial Area, Accra, or any of our branches in Atabraka, East Legon, Tema, and Adum in Kumasi. Call or WhatsApp us on 0573839640. Santex and Crown Paint. It's not just paint, it's personal.
Fellow Ghanaians, President Akufo-Addo has refused to sign the anti-gay bill passed by Parliament to protect the family values and innocence of our children. Vice President Bawumia watches on while paying lip service to protecting Ghanaian cultural values and her future. Clearly, the future of our children is at risk under the MPP. The December 7 election is a choice between the NDC that truly believes in the promotion of proper human sexual rights and family values for the protection of the innocence and future of our children, and the MPP that supports the promotion of LGBTQ++, hence the refusal of their leader to sign the anti-gay bill into law. Say no to homosexuality and gayism by voting wisely. The MPP will allow gayism and the NDC will prevent it. Your vote is your power and chance to protect your children's future. Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
I'm a Ghanaian and I love luxury accredited faith. And I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace. Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana.
Peaceful election before, during, and after.
One Ghana.
Peace. Peace to everybody.
One Ghana. Ghana.
This message brought to you from the luxury accredited faith.
Champion.
Papa Sammy, I beg if you find something small, give us.
Bro Sammy, you see, nobody say boys no one do nothing and just they rely on handouts. Just no deal.
I understand your hassle. Hope they come. John Mahama they come do the national apprenticeship program where he go sort you guys.
Brother Sammy, waiting with that.
John Mahama knows say no be everybody way won't work for office.
Like me.
That one day is true.
Under the national apprenticeship program, young men and women where they won't learn craft will be enrolled under the program and attached to a senior craftsman who will train them for free.
I beg you, mechanic day inside. Me like this, I don't want to learn mechanical, but the course no.
Mechanics day inside. Organizing, dressmaking, fabric making, catering, hairdressing, tiling, painting. What they even sweet about this whole thing, they say, when you plead, the NDC government go make sure say they go give you certificate where you go fit take go look for job anywhere.
That's sweet. Oh, that's be one waffle.
Another one waffle thing be say, when you plead, the NDC government go set you up with startup capital and equipment to make sure you can start your own business.
Wow! I dey go shopping my town wait 7th December.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Yes. Star 712.
Picture this. Come in agree. Yeah, and now you were back in Greece. She say, why you fit a millionaire? Yes, the luckiest at Aroma. She say, about from Massa man. Yeah. Now check this. Sister Abna, aka Kobe Hima. The luckiest at Aroma. Queen B.
Yeah.
Boss lady back up there. Hold on to your seats, folks. Such anyway, it'll be you smooth. Way and your friend will upgrade. Luckiest Adaroma. And the best part that with the luckiest will be our shot to a good life. And I'm talking to you, me, your girlfriend, your ex, your neighbors, your landlords, and even Goro boys. And no one is over dialing with lucky number. Star 712. No.
Oswaldo ticket to win in the community draw or the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. T&Cs apply.
Hey, Cha, once again you are welcome. Hey, how is my nephew?
By God's grace, he's well. He's the reason why I came here today. Opa, thank you for sending us money the last time. It was very useful. As I sent it to your nephew in school to be buying food small. You already know the feeding challenges with SHS these days. He's already home for vacation. And I need some help to enroll him in private classes.
But he just left for school a few weeks ago. I mean, as for this your traffic license, I don't understand. And we have to cough money for extra classes in this economy.
Look, it's unfortunate the way we are playing with the future of these children.
Yes.
This free senior high school program needs to be improved. And that is where John Mahama comes in.
They say he's coming to cancel the free SHS when he comes so.
How can the person who started the progressively free SHS program cancel it? Rather, he is going to maintain and improve it by abolishing the double track system, providing dedicated source of funding, and include the private senior high schools in the program. You know, he's also going to decentralize and improve the food procurement to make sure that our children can eat good food while they're in school.
Money can breathe.
I'm going to campaign for John Mahama because I want quality free SHS for my children. Enough of the traffic lights.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSFA channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. We're on a host of radio stations as well across the country and beyond. As a matter of fact, just got notice as well that a number of you listen to us in the United States and the UK. Thank you so much as well. And I received a number of your letters as well, as we have it every week, and questions about the cathedral and what next as well, dotted on a number of you as well. Dr. Emmanuel Jamefi, on the matter of, okay, after these recommendations by Shraj, what happens next? You say. And then this question as well that came in from one other viewer who says, Engineer Kwame Edum also says, good morning, Alfred. On the matter of the procurement breaches that Shraj has identified in this cathedral matter, who is going to pay for them to serve as a deterrent going forward? You say, thank you very much. It's a long one. I'm just summarizing what you wrote to us. Also, another one here from, it says, good morning. After cancellation of the contract, who accounts for the monies that have been spent on the cathedral? It says there has to be financial loss to the state, and you write a 2-page letter to me on that matter as well. So yes, I have quite a number of you on it, on the other issues as well. So thank you very much for, as always, letting your voice be heard and also weighing in on the issues that we would have to talk about every week here on Key Point. And as always, you, it is all about you. And you have a say in what we say here on Key Point. Now, on the matter of the National Cathedral, this week, the Commission on Human Rights and Restorative Justice, Shraj, released their report on the petition that was sent by Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa, the Member of Parliament for the North Tongue constituency, the chief petitioner on this particular issue. A 165-page report is what was released by Shraj on this matter. Now, a number of issues were raised in that report by Shraj, and it borders on many aspects: the possible prosecution of the Board of Trustees, issues of corporate governance, and the monies that have been spent so far, and indeed the confirmation that, yes, these were public funds spent. And on the vexed matter of, if it is indeed vexed, the identity of Reverend Kosi Boateng or his alias, and whether that matter was really settled by Shraj's investigation as was reported earlier. Okay, and whether that was even a subject of investigation for Shraj itself to look into per this petition that Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa sent. Now, these were the issues that were sent to Shraj to be investigated. First off, whether or not the National Cathedral is a public property or asset. 2, whether or not the government and the National Cathedral Board announced to Ghanaians that funds will be raised only from private entities and non-governmental sources, as the cathedral was the president's promise to God. 3, whether or not the Supreme Court relied on the statement allegedly made by the Attorney General that no public funds will be used for the National Cathedral project. And take note of who made that statement. Said the Attorney General, that no public funds will be used. I'm saying you should take note of this because in another part of the report, the Attorney General is being called upon to investigate something. So really, the questions about the commitment to get to the matter, the end of this particular issue, whether or not procurement processes were duly followed by the National Cathedral of Ghana in the selection and award of the contract for the construction of the cathedral, and also whether or not GNS Talent Center Limited is a registered company with the sole object of talent and skills development training with the Registrar of Companies, whether or not Victor Kusibuate, aka Kwabena Dujemfi, holds 2 different passports, each bearing one of his 2 names with different dates of birth on each document. And finally, whether or not Victor Kusibuate, aka Kwabena Dujemfi, put himself in a conflict of interest situation by being member director of the National Cathedral Board and the same time a director of GNS Talent Center Limited. The Shraj made a few findings as well, which we're going to get into right now. I'm laying the foundation for this conversation, and so that you follow us every step of the way. Take a look at this. On the matter of the issues related to the proponents, and that's the respondents of this cathedral investigation, the Minister of Finance was the first respondent, Controller and Accountant General, the National Cathedral Board, Reverend Kusi Boateng, also known as Kwabena Dujemfi, and then GNS Talent Center Limited, the company he owns, and Johannes Eshen and Sheila Eshen. All these 7 are the respondents. There were some number of recommendations. Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is Member of Parliament for the North Tongue constituency. He's the one who petitioned Shraj on this matter, which this 165-page report has been released. We've been combing through it. A number of aspects we'll touch on. Thank you so much for joining us again by the demand of the Ghanaian people on this matter. Appreciate you coming through.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning to you. Good morning to the distinguished viewers of TV3.
Indeed. Now, I've heard you describe this 165-page report by Shraj in various ways. You say it falls short of the expectations that we had. I've seen some far-reaching recommendations in there, but generally, what did they tick the box for you? Because you petitioned them. Did they tick the box for you?
Well, thank you very much. Whichever way you look at it, this Shraj report is explosive. It is consequential. It is absolutely staggering in terms of the revelations, the confirmations of the matters that I raised, that emerged from my parliamentary oversight, looking into the National Cathedral project. And it is important to emphasize that even though I have reservations about portions of the report, which we will come to later in this discussion, at the general level, nobody can downplay the far-reaching consequences of this Shraj report. It is most damning, and a great deal of revelation in here is simply shocking. I must also emphasize that the conduct of the respondents in this petition, going at great length to stop Shraj from conducting this investigation, ought to be condemned.
You know, they raised questions about the jurisdiction.
Yes. So at first, they raised a preliminary objection and said that Shraj should not entertain my petition. And I'm referring to all the respondents in this matter: the Minister for Finance, the Controller Accountant General's Department, the National Cathedral Board, Victor Kusi Boateng, Kwabena Dujemfi, whoever he is, JNS Talent Center Limited, Johannes Eshen, Sheila Eshen, all of them ganged up, saying that there ought not to be an investigation into this matter, which in itself is most telling. Because if you are clear in your mind that you have acted above board, why did you go to this great length to stop Shraj from investigating this matter? And you'll recall that often the criticism about the work I do is that why am I being so active in the media, on social media, and all of that? You had key elements at the National Cathedral saying that he should rather subject us to institutions. And we will avail ourselves. Yes. When I did, you go through many pages in this report, and you discover the great length they went to prevent an investigation into this matter. Then when Shraj ruled on their preliminary objections, they failed. I won that one clearly. Then they decided to raise another matter to place impediments in the way of Shraj, saying that, oh, they have sent me to court. There are portions of the matters I have raised in court. And so because of that, Shraj's hands should be stayed. They should back off. Again, they lost that as well. So one of the lessons from this report is that public officials ought to know that they are using our funds, they are using our resources, we pay them. They should not do everything in their power to prevent the people from knowing the truth and knowing how our resources are being used. So that's the first part that, in terms of preliminary observation, I think that it's important to highlight and to condemn that attitude and that posture of public officials to always want to prevent investigations, prevent accountability, and they just want to walk away, you know, when really they should be accounting to us. They are serving us. They are acting in our name. So I think that you know, public resources used, you know, to engage lawyers, to go to great deal to stop Shraj from investigating this matter and as it were, dismissing and putting aside my petition, ought to be condemned in the strongest of terms. Now, having said that, let us come to the findings. And I would proceed in two categories. I'll first deal with the general issues, largely on the procurement and value for money matters. And then I'll come to the second issue relating to Victor Kusi-Boateng Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, which deals with the double identity matter and the conflict of interest. So I'll do that demarcation for clarity, you know. So let's come to the summary of key findings. Shraj has determined, when you go to page 158 of this report, that the National Cathedral of Ghana is a public property held in trust for the Republic of Ghana by the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board. Remember that because of the president's communication on this matter, how he first presented this project, he created a maze of confusion. The president said that this was a personal pledge to God and that they were not going to use public funds. You remember?
Yes.
And that they would do everything to mobilize the church, donors, you know, individuals, only for me to discover. You know, this whole thing started when I intercepted documents that apparently, on the blind side of all Ghanaians, on the blind side of Parliament, in flagrant violation of the Constitution, nobody withdraws taxpayer funds, nobody uses public funds in our country without parliamentary approval. You know, it's strikes. The Constitution is very clear about the matter. Only for me to intercept documents from the Ministry of Finance that apparently huge sums of taxpayer funds were going into this project, contrary to the claims made that this was a private project. So Shraj has now determined that, look, this is a public project. The confusion, the inconsistency, the contradictions ought to be, you know, put aside. The president stands exposed in terms of what his original intention was about this project. Then two, the Board of Trustees, Directors of the National Cathedral of Ghana are public officers. They're public officers. Shraj has made that clear. You know, that once you accept these appointments and you come and serve on the board, you're a public officer. And that is why the length they went to prevent investigations, to prevent accountability into this matter is most condemnable. Then three, Shraj says, quote, I'm still reading from page 158, government at the inception of the National Cathedral project made contradictory statements regarding the source of funding for the construction of the National Cathedral. So the contradictions, the lack of forthrightness, the lack of truth, the lack of sincerity. And one would have thought that a project for the Almighty a project for God. If there's any project which should be proceeded upon on the basis of truth, sincerity, honesty, forthrightness, it should have been this project. And I think that those contradictions must be totally condemned by everybody. Then 4, Shraj also determined that the Supreme Court did not rely on the Attorney General's assertion that no public funds will be used for the National Cathedral project in arriving at his decision in the case of James Kwabena Bonfair and the Attorney General. Then 5, the contract awarded to Ribade Company Limited for the construction of the National Cathedral was in the sum of $312,394,049 United States dollars and 53 cents. This is most revealing, because remember that this project has started at $100 million, and we're told, $150 million. The last time they made any public statements or that, they said, between $150 to $200 million. And now we know
the finance minister said it was going to cost about $400 million, and so they were going to look for additional money.
So Shraj says that the contract to Ribade, and note that this is just Ribade, the contractor. This sum does not include the monies that have gone to the consultant. And remember that the consultant has engaged in a lot of inflationary pricing, and I'm referring to David Ajay, where even, just you saw the documents I published not too long ago, where just a variation, a slight variation, to add a restaurant to his original design, he charged us $5.7 million.
A restaurant to
the because when he did
Cathedral site.
Yes, when he did the original design, it didn't come with a restaurant. That's a restaurant. They said they will be serving food from Israel and all those things.
And that restaurant variation alone
cost us $5.7 million.
The design, not just the building.
No, not the building, just the design. But you know there's nothing at the building, at the site.
Just the $5.7 million for the design of the restaurant.
Yes.
Okay.
So it is important to take note of that. That just Ribade, and remember that Ribade is a joint venture of Rizani Di Eka, Babisoti, and Di Simone. They came together to set up this joint venture. 6, Shraj says that the contract was awarded by the Board of Trustees to the contractor without recourse to the concurrent approval by the Central Tender Review Committee. A key requirement of the Procurement Act having regards to the contract sum. So you see the legal breaches. The Central Tender Review Committee's concurrent approval was not sought. 7, the National Cathedral of Ghana did not strictly comply with the rules of public procurement provided for under Act 663, as amended by Act 914, when it purported to select and award the contract for the construction of the National Cathedral to Ribade Limited. I mean, can you believe that? Such a huge project, over $312 million to the contractor alone. People just sat in their offices and as if this was some private, child's play, and just awarded contract without recourse to the Public Procurement Act. Now, this is a confirmation, if you recall, of the RTI request I filed at the PPA many years ago, asking if this project had received their support. And they said no, they knew nothing about it, they have not granted approval. This is a clear confirmation, because I attached all of that evidence, and Shraj went ahead to talk to the PPA, the board, the management, and all of that. And they have confirmed clearly that the award to the contractor, Ribade. And you see, what is quite shocking about this is that when you go through this report, the Shraj, the 165-page report, the Board of Trustees sought to create the impression that, oh, you know what? When it comes to the contractor, we allowed them to just move to site and started paying them because, we thought that it was a private project. And so once it's a private project, but you are using public funds.
The thinking was that was a private project, but the Shraj report is saying clearly that this is a public...
That it's a public project.
And it is...
And then Shraj says, when you read this, that Shraj says that response from the National Cathedral Board of Trustees and the Secretariat is contradictory and smacks of double standards, because when it came to the award of the consultant, this same board used the PPA. They went for approval in awarding the consultancy to David Ajayi, even though Shraj says that the portion of the law they used was clearly an abuse. They used the emergency clauses, saying that this was an emergency. So Shraj is saying that how come, when it comes to the consultancy, for that one, you were minded to respect our procurement laws?
That's a single source consultancy. This was reproduced in the Shraj report. So just for the benefit of our viewers, we're going to put the single source request for the appointment of a consulting firm. It's there, and it says, we make reference to, and this is a letter that was written by the finance minister first, and then the chief of staff also responded.
Yes.
That we make reference to your letter dated, that goes on and on, the 10th December 2018 on the above subject. That is, request for approval to use single source for the appointment of a consulting firm. At the board technical committee meeting on Thursday, 13 December 2018, the board granted approval to Office of the President in accordance with Section 72(5)(b) of Act 663 as amended to engage Sir David Ajayi and Associate as lead consultant, construction and supervision for the construction of National Cathedral at a total cost of $23.75 million. That's what is in there.
Yeah.
And the Office of the President is, however, requested to negotiate for a 10% trade discount on this $23.75 million on the contract sum prior to the award of the contract. The approved contract sum is therefore $21.37 million. You are required to ensure that all documentation regarding this procurement is appropriately kept to facilitate future procurement and tax audits. So this contract sum of $21.37 million is what was supposed to be paid to David Ajayi as consultant through this sole sourcing at the PPA.
Yes. So Shraj says clearly that in engaging the consultant, you are minded to respect the PPA law, even if it was done inappropriately. In other words, there was really no basis to use the single source provision and to claim that this is an emergency. Because if you read the law, there are very clear grounds, a limited, very narrow scope for applying that provision of the Public Procurement Act relating to emergencies. But Shraj says, so let's grant you that. You were minded to do that when it comes to the consultant. How come when it came to the contractor, Ribadi, you did not attempt at all to go through the PPA? And Shraj says that they do not find their excuse tenable.
That borders on the legality of the contract.
Yes. And that brings me to finding number 8. Shraj determines that the contract awarded Ribadi Company Limited for the construction of the National Cathedral is illegal and void ab initio. Can you believe that? This is explosive.
We have that aspect of that report, the legality of the contract.
This is explosive. So remember that $58 million has been spent on this project, on an illegality. The last time we asked the finance minister in Parliament to give us the full breakdown, the total expenditure, it amounted to $58 million.
We have
over 339 million Ghana cedis at the exchange rate then. Can you believe? Imagine what 339 million Ghana cedis can do.
And this is
the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government has spent that on an illegality. I mean, we must demand a refund of all of our monies.
The $58 million.
Of course.
At the exchange rate of 5.2 cedis to the
absolutely,
dollar.
Absolutely. Especially when you read page 113 of this report. Shraj carried out a field inspection and they were shocked. They were shocked at what they saw. I'll come to those portions.
And that the portion that you just read is, let's just read it for the benefit of our listeners and the viewers as well, on the matter of the legality of the contract. Let's put it on the screen. It says the contract was void. That is,
it
was illegal.
Illegal and
right
void.
From the beginning.
Right from the beginning.
Ab initio, right from the beginning, for being entered into contrary to the mandatory provisions of the Procurement Act, Act 663, as amended. The board of the Public Procurement Authority should intervene to cancel the contract for the construction of the National Cathedral between the National Cathedral and Rebade Company, as it has the power to do so under the Procurement Act.
Yeah.
So, really, will the PPA, is the PPA bound to do this particular recommendation?
Of course, they have to. If they do not, as citizens, we can take them on.
And he said it could what? Attract international embarrassment. That's another aspect of the report that you see there as well.
Yeah. So, to have all of this colossal, staggering amounts of money spent on an illegality, then you come to finding number 9, which is also explosive. Schwartz says that the procurement breaches that occasioned the award of the contract to Rebade Company Limited raise reasonable suspicion of corruption and corruption-related offenses. Damning. Then you see, when you come to page 163 of this report, where Schwartz makes further observations, Schwartz says that, quote, also of crucial importance is the amount spent so far on the National Cathedral. Our investigation showed that as at 31st May 2022, an amount of 225,962,500 Ghana cedis, described as seed money, had been released for the construction of the National Cathedral per Exhibit 9. This sum of money has been expended according to Exhibit 9 on site preparation, contractors mobilization, US fundraising, consultants, and symposia. The stated sum of money is no small amount. Public interest dictates that there ought to be value for money in project execution. Unfortunately, this commission has no expertise to determine whether there has been value for money considering the project remains in the same state. Accordingly, the commission recommends that the Auditor General should conduct a forensic audit on the construction of the National Cathedral project from its inception to date to ascertain whether monies released for its construction have been properly utilized. Damning. And the Auditor General, we are going to follow up to insist that he goes to conduct the forensic audit. Because you see, when you come to page 113 of this report, the report on the field inspection, as already indicated, the Commission conducted field investigations at the site of the National Cathedral project on 15 August 2023. The purpose of the visit was to ascertain the true state of affairs of the project and also interview witnesses. At the locus, the team of investigators met one Samuel Ofosu Ampufu, a quantity surveyor of Rebade Company, who granted the Commission access to project site, but refused to be interviewed. Can you believe that? Information gathered from the field was as follows. The construction of the project had come to a halt.
Yes.
And I have placed on record that this project has been on hold for 31 good months.
31 months.
31 good months. And yet, we are paying people every month. I have been demanding that the payment should stop. The last time you heard what Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi said, the respected Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, you know, who I hold in high esteem, but her conduct in these matters, I was shocked when she said that my demand is not, you know, something they are going to work with. They are going to continue to be drawing down salaries. One of the things that I expect moving forward after this Schwartz report, stating clearly that this is an illegality, is that the continuous payments, which have gone on for 31 months, where no work has been going on, those payments ought to stop immediately. I don't expect them to receive their November salary. I don't expect December salaries to go. Because look, I've looked at the organogram of the National Cathedral, the board, the secretariat. Look, it's such an elaborate organogram. You have no idea the number of people working there. It's a tax guzzler. They are receiving millions. And you see, I ask a fundamental question. If this is your private project, in your private life, you are not using taxes, and you have some difficulty, your private project, you are building a house, the project is not continuing, are you going to keep paying the mason, paying the plumber, the electrician? The foreman, are you going to continue paying them for 31 months? Why do we do things with public funds that we would never even contemplate, never even imagine, if we were using private funds, if we were using private resources? I mean, here we have Schwartz confirming that this project has been on hold for many, many months. And yet, you have members of the board defending that they should keep receiving salaries. I mean, President Akufo-Addo, didn't you tell Ghanaians that you are coming to protect the public purse? Is this how we protect the public purse? Already, you have spent $58 million on an illegality. We say we want to salvage what is left. At least, you know, the little left of the battered public purse in this bankrupt, insolvent economy, where even people who have worked, have you listened to the doctors? Have you listened to lecturers? Their conditions of service are not being reviewed. Recently, CTAC embarked on the longest strike ever, the lecturers at the colleges of education. You have had NAPCO trainees who have not been paid for many months and are at home. People who have worked have not been paid, are not being paid. You saw mortuary workers on strike not too long ago. You know, so how is it that people who are carrying out essential services are not being paid? And then people who are at a project site which has come to a halt for 31 months on an illegality, they are still drawing salaries. Look, we are going to demand, funds. And look, our caucus has served notice. The next budget approval process, we will not approve any further allocation, salaries, allowances for this national cathedral program. Because what it will mean is that we are also complicit. We are engaged in an illegality. Because Shraj is very clear. And the field report continues that we noticed the construction of the project had come to a halt. Equipment and materials ranging from 3 mounted cranes, piles of iron rods, basement structure, on a dark hole with a concrete floor, some few pavement blocks, and some metal components were seen lying at the site. Photographs, the following images were taken when the team visited at the site of the National Cathedral on 15 August 2023, and they attached the photographs.
Yes, that's what you see on the screen there.
They are here. So those who are out there say, oh, on this National Cathedral, there's a lot of propaganda by Antichrist and Sambalat and Tobias and people who will never make it to heaven. All those religious blackmail that they engage out there. These are the findings. Now, very, very damning findings. Let me quickly read this.
While you look for it, on the matter of
on page 163.
Yes, on the matter of the summary of the disbursement of the seed money.
Yeah.
And we're going to put that, because I took quite some time to run through this 165-page report of Shraj on your petition. Now, this is the summary of the seed money that was disbursed. We're going to put that on the screen so you know exactly what this money was spent on. And also, my other guests are going to be joining as we go on. First off, based on the Shraj report, these are the details. Take a look at this. Site preparation, 5,130,988. Contractors mobilization, 157,445,517. Then you have fundraising activities. And you see, this was supposed to raise funds, but they spent almost 800,000 Ghana cedis on that. Consultancy, that's where David Ajayi comes in with 61.79 million Ghana cedis. 2 major symposiums at Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, 790,845. A grand total of 225,962,000. That's 225,962,500. Site preparation works. Then they mentioned the consultants, ABP Consult, relocation of sewage, Department of Parks and Gardens, cutting and pruning of trees, Interplat, it goes on and on and on. And that amounts to over 5.1 million. And then Rebade Limited, that's a constructors mobilization. It says 71.45 million. Rebade Limited issuance of LOA, that's letters of agreement, and final negotiation, it goes on, and the part payment for that is 25 million. We see there. This is the breakdown that they give to it.
And can you believe that after all of this, Shraj said that all they saw was a dugout.
You say that's the most expensive hole.
The most expensive hole in the world. And now when it rains in the rainy season, it becomes the most expensive swimming pool in the world. $58 million. You know what $58 million can do? You know what other countries are doing with $58 million? I mean, it's most shocking that public funds will be so dissipated. And that is why Shraj concludes. If you read page 163, it says, the commission further recommends for further investigation and possible prosecution of the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral, who superintended over the award of the contract to Ribade Company Limited, in disregard of Act 663, as amended. These breaches of the procurement laws have the potential of causing international embarrassment to the country, considering its international status and that of Ribade Company Limited. And you see, on this matter, when you come to page 137 of the report, Shraj has provided details of the people that should be investigated and prosecuted. It says that Dr. Polopoku Mensah, the executive director, and he goes on to list the Board of Trustees, eminent clergy. Now, Alfred, let me be very, very honest with you. I have a great deal of sympathy for these eminent clergy.
Why?
Because I take the view that they were deceived by President Akufo-Addo. They were misled. Because in this matter, everything begins and ends at the doorstep of President Akufo-Addo. Look at eminent clergy who have served this country so well, distinguished themselves, represented some of the most renowned congregations and religious groups in this country. Now here we are. They are faced with possible prosecution.
Per the Shraj recommendation.
Per the Shraj recommendation. I take the view that President Akufo-Addo is the one who must be made to pay for this mess. He should be made to refund the monies to us. He must take responsibility for all the additional monies that we have to cough up as a country to pay compensation claims. So when I see these largely, apart from the double identity chap who will be coming to discuss soon, all of these eminent clergy, when I go through Bishop Dag Heward-Mills' resignation letter, I have a lot of sympathy for these eminent clergy. Bishop Dag Heward-Mills revealed in his resignation letter that they did not have a say on the choice of the consultant. The president told them that he has his own consultant. And that's why it was single source. That's why the procurement laws were breached under emergency provisions. Bishop Dag Heward-Mills has revealed that when it comes to even the site, the location, they didn't have a say as a board. And he writes clearly, emphatically, that it appeared to them that there was another board somewhere, the real McCoys, who were taking decisions somewhere. Except that the only thing you will say is that when this eminent clergy discovered this, as revealed in Bishop Dag Heward-Mills' resignation, they should all have resigned en bloc. Only Pastor Mensah Otabil left, Bishop Dag Heward-Mills resigned, Reverend Isud Anaba resigned, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. Only these four left. Perhaps all the others should have quickly, realizing what was going on. So you see that now, Bishop Dag Heward-Mills has been vindicated. Reverend Isud Anaba and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, who wrote demanding a forensic audit, you see they have been vindicated by this Shraj report.
I see that.
Unfortunately, Shraj is looking at all those who were on the board. So whether you resign or not, if you look at page 137 of the report, they have listed all the names here. Apostle Professor Opoku Nyina, Archbishop Charles Pamabaka, Most Reverend Bishop Justice Ofea Akrofi, Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate, Most Reverend T.K. Awachi Pratt, Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, Bishop Dag Heward-Mills, Reverend Isud Anaba, Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, and they ought to have added Kwabena Edu-Jemfi, Reverend Dr. Frimpong Manso. I am quite surprised, though, that I don't see the Attorney General's name here, because he was on the board. And resigned. Yes, he was also on the board. Godfred Dami was on the board. So Shraj, your list is not comprehensive.
So he was a secretary?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
To the board at
yes.
some point?
Yes.
No, but this was captured in the charge report. No, his name was mentioned in the charge report, as you have it.
No, I don't see it here. If you
no,
go
not the list of the persons who were supposed to be prosecuted.
Yes.
But
yes.
At some point.
Yeah. At some point, Shiraj confirms that he was there. He was on the board until he resigned. Yes. So Shiraj confirmed that. So when you are listing the board members, why are you focusing on only the reverend ministers and you leave out the attorney general? It's one of the reservations I have about this report. All those who were on the board should list it fully and to the secretary to the board and comprehensively provide that list. So look, the point I'm making more fundamentally is that President Akufo-Addo has misled these priests. He has tarnished their image. It is he. You remember some of them even preached sermons. Nicholas and Colonel are saying that, look, the president has assured us that this is a private project. We are not going to use public funds. So pipe down with your criticism. You remember, if viewers Google, they'll see it. A number of these priests saying that, look, president has assured us. So it is the president who has created this conundrum, this quagmire for this eminent clergy who we all hold in high esteem. See what President Akufo-Addo has done. Now, look, another aspect which President Akufo-Addo must be made to pay for is the looming judgment debts and compensation claims.
Judgment debt?
Yes. As we speak, a private company called Waterstone Realty, the apartment complex, was demolished. They are in court, demanding $6 million. As we speak, the Malian government, they are waiting for their full compensation. The Malian ambassador's residence was demolished. Comsys IT firm was demolished. Scholarship Secretariat was demolished. The passport head office was demolished. Judges' bungalows demolished. Shiraj bungalows. The Judicial Training Institute, I have seen a formal request from the judiciary saying that to replace the Judicial Training Institute, they need $50 million. Who is going to pay for that?
The Judicial Training
Institute,
demolished.
yes.
$50 million?
Yes, $50 million. Former CJ, his Lordship Eni Yeboah, signed those documents, did that work. And they need $50 million. Who is going to pay for all of these replacements? So look, this matter, I think that the reverend ministers have become scapegoats. The person who must be held responsible, who must be surcharged, who must be made to pay, not only for the $58 million, but the hundreds of millions of dollars coming out of compensation claims, compensation demands for the demolition of properties, is President Akufo-Addo. And as I said, look, let us all pray for this eminent clergy. I have a lot of sympathy for them, you know, and perhaps for those of them who resigned and stated in writing clearly their reservations which they had you know, raised at the board level continuously, probably have some good defense, you know. But honestly,
then it's captured in and these are the board members who put them on the screen right now, as you read.
Yes.
Because this recommendation for the possible prosecution of the board members of the National Cathedral, Dr. Paul Opoko-Mensah, Executive Director.
Yes.
Apostle Professor Opoko Nyina, Chairman. And then you have Archbishop Charles Pababakal, Metropolitan Catholic Archbishop, Cape Coast Vice Chair. They are still serving. Most Reverend Bishop Ofeya Kofi, Anglican Archbishop Emeritus, is a member. The famous Right Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate, former moderator of the Presbyterian Church, also a member. Most Reverend T.K. Awotwe Pratt, presiding Bishop, Methodist Church, also a member. The Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, presiding Archbishop and General Overseer, Action Chapel International, and he's resigned. He was a member. Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, Executive Director, Salt and Light Ministries, still a member. Bishop Daki Ward Mills, presiding Bishop, Lighthouse, resigned. Reverend Isudanaba, resigned. Reverend Victor Kusi Boatin, your good friend, member and secretary, still a member. Reverend Dr. Frimpong Manson, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, is also still a member. Yeah.
See what President Akufo-Addo has done to this eminent clergy. See what he's done. Deceived them, misled them. Told them that he won't use public funds. They should come. It's a private project. He made a personal pledge to God. They should come and help him fulfill his personal pledge. See what he's done to them. See what President Akufo-Addo has done.
So you said so this $58 million that we saw published, and we have the breakdown of that 58 million. A chunk of it also went into the payment of consultancy to David Ajayi. That's separate from the compensation that has to be paid to all the people who own buildings and structures at the Cathedral site, because some demolition had to take place. And I do know that a number of the judges' bungalows were also located there. How many?
Yes, there are about 14 of them.
14 judges' bungalows were there, and that were also demolished.
Yes.
And so we had to look for another place for the judges.
We have already lost taxpayer funds renting accommodation for them. Millions of Ghana cedis. And then we are building replacement bungalows for them. Millions of Ghana cedis. Who pays for all of that? And so one of the, if you like, shortcomings of this Shraj report is who should pay? Who should refund these monies?
That's a question that came from Dr. Kwame Asante, who is one of the letters I received. So in the midst of all this, who should be held accountable for this?
And I insist that President Akufo-Addo, he must be made to pay for the compensation claims to refund our $58 million. And he should go and cover that hole over there. He should be held liable squarely.
President Akufo-Addo should be made to pay the $58 million.
Absolutely.
And the cost of compensation.
Absolutely. And I say that, look, these clergymen have become scapegoats because some of them wrote. Have you read Bishop Dake Ward-Mill's resignation letter?
Yes.
Yeah, you can put it up for viewers to see. Bishop Dake Ward-Mill said that, look, we have been raising concerns. He said that at the time he was resigning, we had spent $30 million. And all he sees is a pit. Bishop Dake Ward-Mill says that, look, he has done far more, built magnificent edifices. And we know that. You've gone to the Kodesh and other places. You've gone to the Ebre Mountains. For far less. All of these eminent priests, they have built magnificent edifices for the worship of the Almighty. For far less. And they were raising concerns. You read the resignation letters of Reverend Isud Anaba and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, demanding a forensic audit for years. They were ignored. They were rather being attacked. Now here we have it. So honestly, I'm full of sympathy for this eminent clergy. They have just been misled, misused, and abused by the president.
Let me, at this point, acknowledge the presence of Dr. Palgre Boache-Dankwa, and we'll continue.
I want to move to the second part.
Yes. Dr. Palgre Boache-Dankwa is government spokesperson on governance and security, joining us in here right now. Doctor, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Alfred, and good morning to you.
Also, Martin Pebo is private legal practitioner and also the leader of one of three individual Bonduga groups, the convener of Komipreko Reloaded demonstration, one of the foremost human rights lawyers. Doesn't like to be called that, but that's what we all know. Lawyer Martin Pebo, good morning. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Kansley. And briefly, as usual, let me greet Gamanche.
Yes.
Kentucky Teku Churu II. Gamanche continues to ask duty bearers. This Cecilia Dapa matter, the money in Cecilia Dapa's room, when are we going to get to the bottom of that matter? You can't tell me that there is no law that can be used to prosecute Cecilia Dapa. So Gamanche is asking duty bearers, Akufo-Addo, all your pan, I'll protect the public purse. You see where you are today? My dear Cecilia, I know at the end of the day, your integrity will be what? Established. You see how talk is cheap. I mean corruptible. Today you see where you are. Posterity will judge you, but we will have to get justice in this Cecilia Dapa matter. More fire. And of course, let's greet Yasantua Sophie Kufu. You know, Yasantua Sophie Kufu is somebody that will continue to earn my respect. You see, she's shown that, yes, notwithstanding that she's Akufo-Addo's relation, she was appointed CJ and everything, she still has the moral courage to come out and say, look, Akufo-Addo is misgoverning. You take pensioners' funds, you kill people, you destroy businesses. This is the kind of citizens that we are looking for in this country. It doesn't matter. Yes, that's her relation. Yes, she got an appointment. But yes, when things turned out bad, Yasantua came out That is the difference. And so that is what the rest of the old people who have benefited from the largesse of this government need to do. The fact that you are given an appointment, you've made money for your family, doesn't mean that you can't come out and talk. Rather, your failure to talk means that you are hypocrites. All those who have benefited and are keeping quiet. Emulate the example of Yasantwa. And finally, look, please, these are 52.5 billion that Auditor General Johnson Esiedu Equiabwa, or is it the other way, Johnson Esiedu, let me just put it shortly that way. He promised to get into the bottom of that matter. We can't lose 52.5 billion and continue to keep quiet like this. For crying out loud, how much did we borrow from the IMF? 52.5 billion in 2020. It's a lot of money, even today. It's a lot of money. So look, you have to get to the bottom of this matter. You can't continue to promise. Of course, you shouldn't have been in that office, but Crooked Ekufuado is kept you there. So look, you better get into the bottom of that matter. Yes, otherwise, he should be a candidate for prosecution, wasting taxpayers' money. Because for 4 years, December 4th, you said you are going to get into that matter, that money that was transferred from GCB to unknown sources. 52.5 billion transferred from GCB to unknown sources. 4 years on. Today is what? 30th of November. So 4 days shy of exactly what? 4 years. And we are not getting to the bottom of this matter. Why? Okay. Where is that money? All of the people who have chopped that money, they will vomit it.
Well, Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, and also written extensively about governance and democracy in Ghana and beyond. Professor Ransford Jampo, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Allow me to make some preliminary remarks. Martin has done it. It's only Paragraph who doesn't have preliminary remarks.
I do. I mean, you greeted me and I wanted to just respond.
I mean, he's been listening to what
today I should forgive you.
He's been listening
family and friends.
It's your uncle not to Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa. So
family and friends.
I'm sure he will have some responses to what Okudeto Ablakwa said. Yes.
No, but I think I said I've stopped criticizing Akufo-Addo, so it's okay. Let us go into the programs of today. Because if I want, what I have in mind, if I say it, I'll be blasting him, and then I'll be going contrary to my own decision that he's a goner, and so let's focus on the campaign of John Mahama, Bawumia, Alan Cheddar, and co. So it's good to be here.
Prof, are you saying you have look, we have to hold him accountable. The money, all the money is looted. You think it's going to go
so he shouldn't be made to get away with it.
One of the calls that Samuel Okudeto is making today is about this $58 million that has been spent on this cathedral.
Yes. And illegality.
As Shraj says, the contract was illegal, void, ab initio, right from the beginning. It shouldn't have even happened. Apart from the $58 million, some compensation that has been paid to institutions that had buildings on that cathedral site. Sharjah has recommended that the Board of Trustees members should be possibly prosecuted for this. Okudeto Ablakwa says that should be on the head of the president.
Yeah,
you agree with that?
But I was the first to say that his ex gratia and his entitlement should be used to defray some of the costs. I said that. I mean, if we started criticizing this national cathedral thing, I've forgotten the video I did. When I went to University of Bristol as a visiting professor there, a colleague took me to inspect certain infrastructure that I was so amazed, and that was when I first did that video, 2017 or 2018. And that when people are brainstorming or thinking about doing some of these huge infrastructure, we were thinking about building National Cathedral for God. And that was when I said that God himself will question our judgment. Yeah. Okay, so as for me, I think this particular President Akufo-Addo, he has dissipated all the goodwill that we had in him. And what worries me is that even when he knows he's going, he's not willing to leave any legacy. He's doing things like a typical African politician. And he doesn't care. And I ask myself, oh, well, I think we made a mistake. And next time, and that's why I said I'm focusing more on the campaign, because Akufo-Addo deceived all Ghanaians, okay, into thinking that he was something that he clearly isn't. I thought that even in the twilight of his administration, he was going to be doing things. Look, I'm going to end Galamsey. I'm going to, because you are not coming back again. Yeah. But look at him going about commissioning projects that are not even fully completed. And these, sometimes you see, not all of us are fools. Now, even the voters, you see, even the voters are aware that all these things are vote-getting, vote-buying tendencies. We are here. We know what happened when J. Kufuor, in the lead-up to the second round of the 2008 election, you know what he did? Quickly, he went to reduce fuel prices. People said, but you knew that you could reduce fuel pricing, and then you didn't do, and then you're waiting. In the lead up to the 2016 elections, I know John Mahama also commissioned several projects. People were not happy about it. And I thought that statesmen like Akufo-Addo, mature statesmen like Akufo-Addo, who had all the goodwill, would have learned some of these things. You see, we would be very proud and happy if we knew that these projects were completed long ago. But now you say, oh, but if the president, if these projects got completed 2 days to elections, why shouldn't they be inaugurated, or why shouldn't they be commissioned? I said, you see, you cannot continue to insult all of us. You see, the challenge is that, you see, Ghana's democracy and peace, okay, Ghana's democracy and peace would not be destroyed by those who do evil against our democracy and peace, but they will be destroyed by those of us who know what is right but refuse to speak. Okay, the refusal to take sides in the great battle for the preservation of our democracy and in a battle to ensure that there is good governance that brings about developmental outcome that can tangibly be reflected in the lives of the people is in itself a decision. So if you decide that you will not talk, it is also a decision. And in my view, it is a silent acquiescence to evil politics that benefits only the political elites, their family members, their friends, and their concubines. But why should we do that? You see, the tragedy of our politics at this time is that those who have the fire, those who have the competence, those who can help govern Ghana well, they don't have the fire, they don't have the conviction, they don't have the resources, and they don't have the opportunity to serve. But it is only those who are incompetent. Those who are incompetent, they have the resources, they have the fire, they have the audacity to always even want to lie their way through electoral competition just for the purposes of winning, votes. And it is worrying. And so I've always said that, look, sometimes we get a bit tired, but we would not keep quiet. So if peace means keeping my mouth shut, keeping my mouth shut in a country where things do not work well, if peace means keeping my mouth shut in a country where we manipulate institutions of state to pervert the cause of justice, where Okujeto Ablakwa is saying we sink $58 million in digging a big hole, where we spend $3 million to procure 200 drones to fight Galamsey, but only 3 of them are seen, where we spend $12 million for a dam in Pualugu that is not built, where we use 34 billion cedis to address a 6 billion city banking sector crisis, where excessive partisanship has made even the highly educated people politically mad, in a country where the constitution has made the president a political king kong, in a country where we hastily commission not too completed projects for the purposes of getting votes, in a country where we continue to scrap surfaces of roads to create impression that we are fixing them, knowing very well that we would not be able to complete them. In a country where through politics we manipulate the poor to defend the political elites who are responsible for the poor's poverty, so that hardships, even though they are hardships, high cost of living and hunger, people are bribed with 10 cedis and 1 kilo of rice to shout on rooftops that all is well with them, when in actual fact they are poor and they are hungry. If bringing about peace is to keep my mouth shut when all these things are happening, then I don't want peace. I want what? Art.
Accountability. Thank you. Now,
as they've been saying, I don't want peace, I want problems. If keeping my mouth shut, if bringing about peace is to keep my mouth shut, in spite of all these things that we see, you see, the poor is made, you see, very, very, very wicked politics in our part of the world is to keep the poor and make them very much impoverished. Okay, make them poor, make them very much impoverished, keep them poor, and then wait. If there's going to be elections, okay, go and give them 10 cedis, give them 1 kilo of rice. They will see you as their God, and then they would support you. But what is wrong with us as a people? You know, you can. I mean, we have all traveled before. Is that how people went about governing their country to bring about development? You see, if somebody is very, very, very poor, listen, if you are very thirsty, you've been thirsty for the whole day, you've been thirsty for the whole week, you've been thirsty for the whole month, and somebody gives you a drop of water on your tongue, you see the person as your God. And so, what fellow Ghanaians, let me tell you, this is what the politicians are doing to you. The agenda is to keep you very poor. Don't do anything for them in an 8-year election cycle. Don't do much for them. Let them be poor. And then during elections, they will come and give you 10 cedis. You are not worth 10 cedis. Right. You are not worth 1 kilo of rice. So if they bring 1 kilo of rice, because you are poor and because you are hungry, collect, take, but vote according to your conscience. Some of us, we do these things, we say these things, not for our own purpose. It's in your own interest that some of us also exist to demand accountability, to subject politicians to street proofs for the purposes of ensuring that they govern well for you, they govern in a manner whose outcome, will translate into developmental projects and developmental consequences that can tangibly be reflected in your lives, not the handouts.
Great. Well, Dr. Pagro, before I come to you, Mr. Black, on the other aspect of this matter, Doc, because of that matter of accountability, which I know that consistently you have also been talking about, looking at the details of this Shraj report, which I know you have seen, aspects of it that talks about even corporate governance, and we'll put that corporate governance aspect of it on the screen, says the informal nature surrounding the processes leading up to the transfer of some monies to National Cathedral by that's to GNS talent administrative lapses such as this position should not be countenanced. Good corporate governance requires that minutes of directors' meetings ought to be taken. They said they weren't taking minutes at their meetings, and that they would just sit, have conversation and then they take a decision. It is not minuted. So when the Shraj was asking for minutes, they couldn't provide it. The Black one, correct?
Yeah.
Also, in the light of the foregoing, and in the light of the Commission taking note of the fact that the Board of Trustees are all clergymen who may or may not be well vested in corporate governance, they recommended that they should have some training, corporate governance at the Institute of Directors, and documentation on issues involving the National Cathedral of Ghana and GNS Talent Center Limited. That's a company owned by your good friend, Reverend Kosi Boateng, from January 2020, was a normal administrative transaction. And that's another issue that has been raised as well. But to the extent that monies have been paid and $58 million spent already on this project site, compensation paid to people who own buildings on this site.
Not yet paid.
And some of them even not yet paid, because there are some that are already in court. Dr. Boachi Dankwa, who has to account for this? Because Shraj says this contract is illegal right from the beginning.
Alfred, good morning to you and good morning to your very public. And I know that as part of the program and the conversation, we'll have time to talk a lot more about the legacy president, and another Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And so I would hold on to that and deal with the Cathedral issue. I've read the Shraj report. I am minded to consider some of the issues that they have raised, particularly on the call for extended forensic. But I think that as a people, it's important that we remain continually transparent and continually open and accountable to the Ghanaian people. I'm very certain that it's been the greatest desire of every Ghanaian to have seen the completion of a national cathedral as a place of worship for all of us. Be it as it may, it has not become a reality as we speak now. And so I would hold on to wait to see that some of the issues that have been raised by the requisite constitutional body, which is Shraj, would be attended to in the few days that are left. And to hold a lot more brief and integrity for the men of God, whom a sizable part I know very personally and have engaged also very personally on this project, whom have shared their own concerns as well with me. And to state that the real truth really, as the forensics come out, would be made bare for all of us to know. And I know that the 2020 accounts have already been audited and they are working on the 2021 accounts. And so my comments would be very brief on the cathedral, but really to state that full accountability should be made bare, and if there's a forensic that has to be done, for everyone to really know what the amount of money that has been pumped into the cathedral has really been used for, because it's not meet for purpose in terms of what we're all expecting to see.
Now, you talk about the accountability of the money that has been spent so far on it. At least we know the breakdown of the $58 million, because that's public knowledge, right? And the fact that as we speak, the cathedral site, in fact, we've been there this morning, so viewers should stay with us. I'm going to show you the latest state of the cathedral site as of this morning, 7:45 a.m., just some 40 minutes ago. We were there, so we'll show it to you. That place is heavily guarded, but our investigative journalists were able to get the videos of the cathedral site as of today. But the place is heavily guarded. We have security men all over the place guarding the site, because said it is not open for the public. Yes. That's what.
But why are they still guarding the place? I mean, the last time I went there, I saw some security men there too. But so now they don't want us to see what is there. Why?
It's standard construction site. You always need security. Yeah.
They said heavily guarded.
No,
but they are not constructing anything. So what is it?
There can be any casualties.
You see, this is a fail.
Don't overstretch it.
We shouldn't overstretch it.
It's a construction site.
It's a construction site. Is there something being constructed there?
No, but it's a construction site.
No. Don't
overstretch it.
Are you still saying Cathedral and the ABC?
I have not made that statement.
Okay, if they are still not constructed,
you know how much we are spending on all of that security and all of that. Decommission the thing. People should go home. Stop paying people every month.
Let me have Dr. Dankwa conclude. With the state of affairs, hold on.
The trees, bring back the trees.
Exactly.
The trees that you
and stop paying people every month.
Dr. Dankwa, with the details of this report, as you have seen, should this project continue?
And should we keep paying people every month? 31 months now of no work done.
I want to hear from him.
Including a man of God.
I want to hear from
So you see,
no.
Hold
on.
I'm not sure he's been paid. I'm not sure.
Well, he's
part.
He's on the board.
Hold on. Let him answer the question and then we'll move on. Dr. Wajinanka.
Remember, Samati is taking some.
He's on the board.
But people can be on the board and they will not take their allowance.
He would have come out to say,
Thank you very
remember,
much.
and the NDC, when he said he was being bribed with $100,000, he rejected it. This one, the way he has not come out, it means he's taking the allowances.
Well, there's no record of him not saying that he's not receiving.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it means he's receiving it after all the pump.
With the details of this report, should this project continue?
Alfred, it's not my call to make.
You are the spokesperson on governance and security.
Yes, I am.
Your opinion matters.
Yes, I can share my opinion, but it's not my call to make whether the project should continue.
In
or
your
not.
opinion, should this project continue?
As a Ghanaian?
No, of course. I mean, I don't know. Have you joined the co-hosting, Prof?
We are co-hosts.
Oh, you are co-hosts.
We are co-hosts.
I see. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Hold on.
I didn't know that. So it's almost all of you and me.
Oh no. That's a dumb.
Hold on.
To that useless propaganda. Why?
Let him speak.
So you see, Alfred, it's not my call to make whether the project should go on or not. But as a Ghanaian, as a public servant, as a politician, it's important that we are all very open and very transparent in accounting to the Ghanaian people on how we have used public funds. And one of the things that I always say when I say that let's not overstretch the issues is that there are very good sides of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo's governance with the utilization of the funds that has been made available for a lot of infrastructural projects. I mean, just even next to the cathedral, you see the law house, the number of infrastructural projects that has been done. And I do not want us to overstretch this issue of the National Cathedral. SRAJ has brought their report out. They have made recommendations. They have asked that a forensic be done, which was also asked by some eminent members of the Board of Trustees as well. And we would want to see that, yes, these forensics would be done so that we can clearly appreciate the issues very well. And like I've stated, I mean, it would have been the desire of all the Ghanaian people, including myself, as a practicing Christian, that this cathedral would have been done and completed with so we can have a place of worship. But like I said, it is not, our desire has not been met by the very limiting challenges that we have now. And so we would only have to wait a lot more. I'm not sure the construction can continue with all the issues that are arising as we speak now. But yes, we would wait for the forensic to come out so that we can know how these funds have been used and for the purposes of it.
So if your candidate wins, and this is a question coming in from one of our viewers, says if your candidate wins, which you are supporting him, would you want this National Cathedral project to be built?
You know, I'll tell you the truth. When Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is declared the president-elect in the next few days, I am very certain that there's going to be a remodeling of the concept. I'm very certain that there's going to be a lot more thought processes as it relates to the issues that have happened with the cathedral. I'm very certain that, yes, forensics obviously will be done for the Ghanaian people to be able to know how far we have come. And if there is a way of redoing it in a smaller scale, that would be able to meet up. I mean, so I'm just giving my ideas in terms of...
You mean this current one is flamboyant? It's too huge?
You asked my opinion, you know, so on a smaller scale, so that we can be able to... Because you see, you know, Alfred, I've traveled quite a bit, and I've seen a lot of cathedrals around the world. I've seen basilicas around the world. You know, at some stages, right, a place of worship is a place where you feel that God is present. And so even here in TV3, you can have a place of worship and say that this is a place where God is present. And it can be a very small place. If you go to Israel and you go to the various synagogues and the temples, they are not in that magnitude. Okay, so I'm very certain that there's going to be a remodeling, a reconceptualization of it, and then a real look at a number of things in that regard when Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wins.
But there have been calls for causing financial loss to the state to be slapped on some persons on this matter, including the President Akufo-Addo, because of the amount of money that has been spent on this, $58 million so far, and all the monies that we're having to pay for compensation. Would you support that?
A court must be able to bring that out. It can be a call that comes from individuals, but there must be a court that will splash that on an individual that, yes, based on your actions and inactions, you have caused financial loss to the state. I mean, it's not just the opinion of what people say, but a court should be able to bring that out.
Well, I'll come to
I don't understand.
Why? As I indicated, when one of our investigative journalists got to the Cathedral site as of 7:45 a.m. this morning, he was denied entry because of the security at the place. But yet, we were able to get some videos of the current state of the Nassau Cathedral site. So what you're seeing on the screen right now are the videos that our investigative journalists captured as of 7:45 a.m. this morning. So there you have it. Right now, there's nothing happening. The place is overgrown with weeds. Number of the construction equipment, in fact, no, they've been taken off-site. So does that mean that the contractor, the Blackwa, has packed away from the site?
Yes, you remember 2 years ago I published a letter the contractor wrote to all staff that they are mitigating costs. So the staff should go home and await further instructions. So the contractor left site 31 months ago.
31 months ago.
Yeah, and yet, whilst you see the difference between the private person and then the public officials. The private person, Rebade, has quickly asked their staff to go home, and they are not paying them. However, government of Ghana, on our part, our taxes are being used to pay the National Cathedral Secretariat staff every month. And I have published unimpeachable, incontrovertible payment slips on this matter. Every month, they are being paid.
So what you're saying, there's a current state of the cathedral site project, and this is not it's not a mini forest or anything. It's just this cathedral site has been overgrown with weeds, with all of these structures you see there, wooden structures.
$58 million.
And you say the amount spent on this so far is what, $58 million?
$58 million.
The construction
when people
cost.
were building hospitals. Recently, you saw the UPS, a giant hostel that they commissioned, $16 million.
I see.
But there's nothing there. So what did they use to do? What they
you have people like Carrie Summers, who is keeping our $6 million out of the $58 million. And they said he's going to raise funds.
Ajayi giving 61 million Ghana, right?
Yeah. Ajayi took over $20 million. Yeah.
So on this,
the dollar equivalent.
Yeah. Hey. Yes.
Well,
so
just for the
restaurant,
$5.7 million.
But the main one, because out of I thought there's 61 million Ghana. If we convert, is that how much we are looking at?
No, that's as of the prevailing rate at the time. Yes, that's about 5 cedis, 50% or so. So that's the current state of the cathedral site as we have. We're going to be showing as we go on, but I need to round up and go to the next part of
the survival of our democracy, to a large extent, depends on what happens after December 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever takes over the reins of government.
Is it after? So on December 7 itself, the choice.
Well,
whether
the choice.
We continue retrogressing or want to make progress.
Well, the choice, and then what happens, afterwards. Because if you tell me that you spent $58 million okay, it appears that, you see, a lot of people are poor. So when you talk about $58 million, they don't even understand. They don't even understand what the quantum, you know, of monies involved. But you spent all these things and there is nothing to show. Okay, I'm saying that our democracy will not survive if a new administration comes to condone and refuses to do anything, okay, about what has gone on.
That's right.
People must be punished. Otherwise, I'm telling Ghanaians that our democracy would be short-lived. Some people may be forced to interrupt the system. And it's important that we sound this caution to whoever takes over the reins of government. Some people must be punished for causing financial loss to the state.
Zabaka, and this is a call, in fact, this is one of the demands you made in this report.
Yes.
Investigation and possible prosecution.
Yes.
But that burden of prosecution per the charge report is on the Board of Trustees. They are supposed to answer for this. And on the matter of the identity of one of them, the media reports at the time when this was released suggested that Shrad had cleared Reverend Kusi Boateng of any matter of possible, that's double identity. Was that a subject of investigation, first of all, for Shrad to get into? Because I know this is a matter that the courts have pronounced upon.
Look, there's been a great deal of propaganda out there. I mean, you have Kusi Boateng, Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, and his legal team and PR hirelings totally distorting this Shraj report and creating the impression that he has been cleared of double identity and cleared of any adverse finding, you know, from this report. When the report itself is clear about the people who ought to be prosecuted, and he's on the board. So the dichotomy they've created that, oh, you know, the Shraj report is only others who are in trouble, who are going to face prosecution. But as for Kusi Boateng, he's been totally cleared. He's come out squeaky clean. So let's cut through that propaganda. Now, what has created that window of opportunity for the propagandists to go to town? It is this particular statement in the Shraj report at paragraph 11, page 159, where Shraj writes, quote, "The fourth respondent, Victor Kusi Boateng, a.k.a. Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi." And what is even this? Official report Shraj is writing. Victor Kusi Boateng, a.k.a. Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, it does not hold two different passports, each bearing one of his two names, with different dates of birth on each document. There is no Victor Kusi Boateng in the passport database. The fourth respondent has rather been issued 4 ordinary passports, 3 of which have expired, and 1 diplomatic passport under his name, Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi.
Under his name?
Yes. Kwabena
This is in the Shraj report.
So is this not a confirmation?
But
this is rather a confirmation.
But who wrote this? This particular portion, paragraph 11. Who wrote it? Did they read it?
You wonder. Look,
did they read it? What sort of English is this?
Shocking.
No, just read it again. Just take your time and read it again. Because this last...
The fourth respondent rather has been issued 4 ordinary passports, 3 of which have expired, 1 diplomatic passport under his name, Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi. Meanwhile, you start the paragraph by saying that the fourth respondent, Victor Kusi Boateng, and yet the diplomatic passport issued to him to carry out his official assignment.
This particular portion is contradictory and
very contradictory, very dubious, very sloppy, very shady.
And somebody wrote
this. Very shoddy.
The person went to school.
I mean, what we are doing to our institutions now. Now, let me take my time and deal with this double identity matter. I hold in my hands here the incorporation documents of the National Cathedral of Ghana. The National Cathedral of Ghana was incorporated on the 18th of July, 2019. The Executive Council members, as listed here, those who went to register the National Cathedral of Ghana, The names are here. Charles Gabriel Palmer Buckle. The tin is provided. His date of birth is provided. 15 June 1950. Emmanuel Mate, the tin is provided. The date of death, date of birth is provided. It's 22nd July 1949. It does the same for Joseph Isud Anaba, Joyce Rosalind Aye, Most Reverend Justice Offoya Akrofi, Nicholas Kwame Duncan Williams. I didn't know his Kwame. You know, Ntiamwa Kingsley Ofosu, Opoku Onyena, Paul Frimpong Manso, Samuel Asante Enchi, Titus Kofi Awachi Pratt, Godfred Yeboah Dame, who is secretary to the board. And that's why I'm surprised that Shiraj left his name out.
Wow.
Then you have here...
The position was that he's not serving as secretary now, is it?
Yes.
But as of the time,
because there are some board members who have resigned, but their names are in the list as provided by Shiraj.
That's not a defense that will work.
Yes, yes,
and then this one. Instances where in the report there's a recommendation that he should take up the investigation into
and prosecute. How do you expect him to so look, the only way forward to get accountability in this matter is to change this government. Bring in the next Mahama NDC government with a fresh attorney general to deal with this matter. To deal with this matter comprehensively, because don't expect that this attorney general who is complicit, indicted in this, to take any prosecutorial action on this. Now, you have here Victor Kusibwati. I'm still reading the official incorporation documents, which I made available to Shiraj. If Shiraj says that they didn't go to the Office of the Register of Companies, I made this available to Shiraj. So it's here, Victor Kusibwati, date of birth, 7 September 1971. His tin is provided. This is how he incorporated the National Cathedral of Ghana. In 2019, specifically 16th, the date of incorporation, 18th July 2019, date of commencement, 18th July 2019.
Okay.
Now, the question Shiraj ought to have asked is that how come you incorporate National Cathedral of Ghana as Victor Kusibwati with date of birth 7 September 1971, and when you were being issued with a diplomatic passport to carry out your official assignment, it came in the name Kwabna Edu Jemfi, and in the Kwabna Edu Jemfi diplomatic passport, the date of birth there is 30th December 1969, 2 years apart. And Shiraj could not even make an observation that, look, this is criminal, that this cannot be countenanced. And people are running away with it. Look, they will have had a case. They could have claimed that there is some clearing, if you like, if the passport found in the passport database was in the name Victor Kusibwati with the same 7 September 1971 date of birth. But the passport Shiraj found in the database is a Kwabna Edu Jemfi database. It is immaterial whether they found two different passports or not. The passport they found is in the name Kwabna Edu Jemfi, another name. Date of birth different. Is that not criminal? And Shiraj just says that, and they leave it at that. Now come to page 39 of the Shiraj report. Why I tell you that Shiraj, on the matter of double identity, went on a whitewash mission to give Victor Kusibwati some lease of life, because he's been struggling all over the place, losing in court 4 times, and he's been totally decimated in the courts. So they tried to probably give him some lease of life with this sloppy...
He says he's a powerful man. Somebody says IG is a small boy. He says Dan Paris is a small boy.
He says that. He says that. Oh yeah, he says that.
He said Dan Paris is a small boy.
Clearly, you see his power at play in this Shiraj report. You know.
What is it?
Now let's read page 39, and please pay attention to this. This is very important. It is noteworthy that the other allegations contained in the complainant's 9th March 2023 letter, which revolve around the 4th respondent allegedly making false statements or declaration in order to obtain 2 tax identification numbers in both 2013 and 2016, are matters falling outside the mandate areas of the commission and thus will not be delved into. This is particularly so because at the relevant time at which the purported acts were allegedly taken, the fourth respondent was not a public officer. The fourth respondent, that's Kusi Boateng Kwabena Edi-Gyamfi, only became a public officer in March 2017 when the National Cathedral Board was inaugurated. The commission is, however, mindful of the fact that making false declaration is a criminal offense as provided under Section 248 and 251 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, and they quote it. Then they conclude by saying, accordingly, the commission is making a referral to the Attorney General of this allegation for investigations and necessary action. So how can anybody say that Kusi Boateng has been cleared? I lied on him. I should be sued.
People don't read.
They just don't read.
They don't read.
So page 39.
Page 39 and page 40. Except that, look, apart from the fact that people are not reading this report and are in a haste to engage in just mindless propaganda, Shraj got it wrong. Shraj is saying that the double identity conduct, which is criminal, he did it in his private life.
So if you're a private person, you can
have
double identity.
And Shraj is only interested in investigating public officials. I can understand. Under the law, they deal with public officials and all of that, unless those private persons are enmeshed in a public matter. But even that, they should get it right. No. Kusi Boateng Edi-Gyamfi is still, as we speak, carrying on with this double identity criminal conduct. I have just read to you the incorporation of the National Cathedral of Ghana as recent as July 2019. He did it, he incorporated, registered National Cathedral. The documents he took there, he took his driver's license, which is in the name Victor Kusi Boateng. And then is currently holding a diplomatic passport, which I have published, issued to him in 2021 in another name, Kwabena Edi-Gyamfi, which is valid till 2026. That is it on your screen. And the date of birth, you see it there, 30th December 1969. Different from the Victor Kusi Boateng date of birth of 7th September 1971. 2 years apart. So how could Shraj say that, oh, these are matters he did in his private life before the board was inaugurated in 2017? Shraj got it totally wrong.
So it was in his...
Totally wrong. And you see, Shraj has no excuse because I presented them with all the evidence. I have here the GRA response to my RTI request, dated 3rd February 2023, signed by Mrs. Florence Asante. That is it. Where the GRA, writing, Honorable Samuel Kuja to Ablakwa, MP Northton Constituent, Ranking Man Foreign Affairs Committee, dear sir, request for information. This bears reference to your letter dated 25th January 2023 with reference number NTCMP012300 on the above subject, in which you have provided 2 distinct taxpayer identification numbers as belonging to the same individual. And you know under Ghanaian law that's criminal. Pursuant to the relevant provisions of the Right to Information Act and the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, as amended, we have verified the 2 distinct taxpayer identification numbers as captured on our Total Revenue Integrated Processing System, TRIPS, and which to respond as follows. 1, and they provide the TIN, P002502, I leave out the rest, is registered for Victor Kusi Boateng. The date of birth provided is 7th September 1971. The mother's maiden name is Agnes Atta. Still in the GRA database, they have Kwabena Edi-Gyamfi with TIN P006272, I leave out the rest. And the date of birth is 30th December 1969. The mother's maiden name is Yajemfua, a different mother. Miraculously, he was born by 2 mothers, 2 years apart. This is official GRA response to my RTI. I didn't stop there. I provided the driver's license, which is in the name Victor Kusi Boateng, still valid as we speak. I also provided the Ghana card from the NIA database, which is in the name Kwabena Edi-Gyamfi. Then this is even more damning. I also provided the evidence from the Electoral Commission's database. In the Electoral Commission database, in 2016, he was issued this voter's ID with voter ID number 48630169954. He said he was 40 years in 2016, voted as Victor Kusi Boateng. It's here. It's here. I have all the evidence. Provided this to Shraj.
You gave all of this to
I gave all of this to Shraj. Then 4 years later, in 2020, he's issued another voter's ID. This time he says he's 50 years. Within 4 years, he grew by 10 years. So as for him, every year he grows by 2.5 years.
So in 2016, the voter ID
Victor Kusibu
at the age of 40 years.
Age of 40 years.
And then 2020, 4 years later.
4 years later, he says he's now 50 years. If a different name, Kwabna Edu Jemfi. It's here. The voter ID, 89070188142. I know what I'm talking about. This is from the Electoral Commission's database. All was presented to Shraj.
So 2016, 40 years.
And this is, and when Shraj says that, oh, this is conduct before he became, this is 2020. 2020, when he had been inaugurated, a member of the National Cathedral Board, has continued. Now, let me come to even the more damning evidence which I presented to Shraj. Oh. Are you aware that Kusibu Kwabna Edu Jemfi took me to court after my January 16, 2023 expose and said that the courts should deal with me, that I have defamed him, I have violated his fundamental human rights, the right to privacy and all of that. Interestingly, he went to court as Kwabna Edu Jemfi, alias Victor Kusibu. Interestingly, the judgment I'm about to read to you, the official records at the court, Kwabna Edu Jemfi, alias Victor Kusibu. When he went to Shraj, he said he's Victor Kusibu, alias Kwabna Edu Jemfi. The Shraj report which was published, is here.
Well, that's public document. Anybody can
yes.
find on that.
You know, interesting. We don't know which one is the name, which one is the alias. So this is what the respected judge said in this matter, in delivering her judgment her judgment of 13 July 2023. The judge, I'm going to read from paragraph 86, page 30 of the judgment. The judge says, clearly, the evidence before the court overwhelmingly demonstrates that the applicant, who describes himself as Kwabna Edu Jemfi, alias Victor Kusibu, uses two names independent of each other for different purposes and does so concurrently. In the opinion of the court, counsel for the first respondent is justified. That's me. Is justified when in his statement of case he argues that the name Victor Kusibu, which the supposed applicant refers to as his alias, is not an alias. The name Victor Kusibu is actually another identity actively used by the applicant. In the face of such overwhelming evidence, the averment made by the applicant in his supplementary affidavit to the effect that he has been informed by his lawyer and verily believes him to be true, that per the laws of Ghana, the fact that a person can be identified by two different sets of names is not a crime, and such a person will not be denied the protection of his fundamental human rights enshrined in the 1922 Constitution by virtue of the fact that he is identified by two different sets of names, unquote, is in the view of the court completely misconceived. Completely misconceived. Then the judge continues. This is because the evidence placed before this court does not disclose a simple case of an individual who is identified by two different sets of names, but rather it discloses a case of an individual who deliberately uses two different identities in his public dealings, either to conceal his true identity, to exploit a loophole in the law, or for whatever reason best known to him, such that but for the revelations made by the first respondent, it will be difficult for any public institution or person dealing with the applicant to relate one identity with the other. The evidence before this court discloses a pattern of duplicity and a lack of transparency on the part of the applicant, which borders on criminality. This is the court of Ghana, not me. Which borders on criminality and the failure of applicant's counsel to appreciate the import of his client's conduct and to advise him appropriately is unfortunate, to say the least. Even Kusibu and Kwabna Edu Jemfi's lawyers were criticized in this judgment. Well, the judge continues, as was stated earlier, this court has had to painstakingly comb through the totality of the evidence before it in order to decipher the identity of the applicant, who commenced this action because of the contention over his true identity. Having established that the applicant, who described himself as Kwabna Edu Jemfi, alias Victor Kusibu, operates in two distinct and separate identities concurrently, the question which of the applicant's two identities is the originator of this action is relevant, as that will enable the court to make specific orders at the end of the case. In other words, the court must know whether the applicant before it is Kwabna Edu Jemfi, who was born on 30th December 1969, and whose mother's maiden name is Ya Jemfua, or Victor Kusi Boateng, who was born on 7 September 1971, 2 years later, and whose mother's maiden name is Agnes Atta, unquote. It's a judgment.
So this is the judgment
It's
of the
a
court
judgment.
that you... I see, but
as recent as 13 July 2023.
His lawyer is also quoted, and this is Bobby Bansing is his lawyer,
yes.
right? He's quoted saying that there cannot be different facts. At the end of the day, Shraj has come up with their conclusion, their findings of facts, which say that all the allegations made against Governor Dujemfi, Reverend Kusiba, were not supported by the evidence on record. And he believes that this settles it, the matter of all the hullabaloo that has been made against the personality of the prophet. This should bring an end to the matter.
Is this legal propaganda?
How does it bring an end to the matter? Even the Shraj report,
has he read the report?
The passport they found is not in the name Victor Kusi Boateng. It's in another name with a different date of birth. How does this settle the matter? How? The page 39 and 40, the only mistake Shraj made is that they say that he did this in his private life, so the Attorney General should take it up and prosecute him. How does this settle the matter? How? How does this clean him up? Except that Shraj ought to have known that he has continued to do that. Even the old evidence before them. The National Cathedral Incorporation, the name there, Victor Kusi Boateng, 7 September 1971. When he's being issued with a diplomatic passport to go about his official duties, it comes in another name, Kwabena Dujemfi, a different date of birth. This is all happening now. And Shraj says that, oh, these are matters that happened in his private life. So Shraj got the timelines wrong. This was clearly an attempt at whitewashing, a very shabby, a very shady and shoddy one, which in the process, Shraj has dragged its own credibility down with Kusi Boateng, Kwabena Dujemfi. And I pity Shraj. I mean, why are they doing this to their reputation? And you have propagandist lawyers saying that this settles what? Well, how does it settle anything?
That's his lawyer. His counsel.
It's propaganda. Treat it with the contempt that it deserves. Because you've seen the evidence. You've seen the evidence. Even the Shraj report, how does the Shraj report claim? How does it claim? Did Shraj say that they didn't find another passport in the name, in any other name apart from Victor Kusi Boateng? No. Shraj is saying that the passport they found, even though in the passport database they found one passport, that passport is in the name Kwabena Dujemfi. And the date of birth in that passport is 30th December 1969. Different from the incorporation documents where Kusi Boateng himself, when he went to register National Cathedral, says that I am Victor Kusi Boateng. I was born 7 September 1971. It's here. Together with all the other eminent clergy. And Shraj, couldn't see the clear criminality in this, as the respected High Court judge did when Kusi Boateng himself dragged me to court. So look, on the matter of double identity, let Ghanaians get it clear. Kusi Boateng Kwabena has not been cleared by Shraj. It's all empty propaganda. Read the Shraj report, read page 39, read page 40, read page 159 of the Shraj report. He's not been cleared. Now let me quickly deal with the conflict of interest. And you see, let's give a quick background.
In a minute.
Yes.
Quickly.
Ghanaians ought to know that this whole matter of Kusi Boateng Kwabena Dujemfi came about when the National Cathedral of Ghana came to Parliament. We asked for a breakdown of how they have used the 339 million. Then they provided a breakdown and said that they have paid 2.6 million to a company called JNS Talent Center Limited, which they describe as contractors mobilization. I then got curious because I know that the contractor is Ribadi, as has been confirmed by Shraj. How come another entity is receiving 2.6 million as contractors mobilization? That's how this matter started. So those who are out there say, oh, maybe there's something personal. No, there's nothing personal between Kusi Boateng and I. It is because of documents they themselves brought to Parliament that we have paid JNS Talent Center 2.6 million. So that triggered my parliamentary oversight. I started investigating. Then I've discovered that, JNS Talent Center Limited belongs to Kwabena Dujemfi. He's a director. There are 3 directors there, Kwabena Dujemfi, Johannes Eshen, and Sheila Eshen, who are a couple. They are all pastors.
And they are respondents to this petition.
And they are respondents in this petition. So how come JNS, owned by Kwabena Dujemfi? So I decided to dig further to, lift the veil. And I found out that, oh, what a shock. Kwabena Edu-Gyimfi is the same Victor Kusi-Boateng. I saw the pictures, I saw the identities, the national IDs, it's the same person. That was what then opened this Pandora's box. So I go to Shraj, conflict of interest. That look, they have told us in Parliament that 2.6 million for contractors mobilization. The evidence I have gathered from my investigation does not support that. Now, Shraj is saying, in coming to this conclusion, Shraj is saying that, look, we didn't find the paperwork. The National Cathedral people, the kind of corporate governance which they exhibited in this matter is really terrible. And indeed, I'm going to read so that people don't say that I am probably adding my own words. The Shraj's own recommendations.
While we round up on this matter.
Yes, Shraj's own recommendations and further observations on this matter. And it is important that...
Well, if you're looking for that, there's a part that says the informal nature surrounding the processes leading up to the transfer of the money. That's 2.6 million cedis to the National, that's from the National Cathedral to GNS Talent Limited.
Yes.
Also demonstrate administrative lapses at such high positions and should not be countenanced. Good corporate governance requires that this should have been, it says,
you are
recorded.
right. So reading from page 161, then Shraj also notes that most important, section 1883 of Act 992 mandates minutes of meetings of directors to be taken and kept in a book. Section 1883 provides that a company shall cause minutes of the proceedings of meetings of the directors and a committee of directors to be entered into in a book or books kept for the purpose. On the issue of the absence of minutes, the board chair, Professor Pokonyana, of the National Cathedral, stated, quote, documentations on issues involving the National Cathedral of Ghana and JNS Talent Center Limited from January 2020 to September 2021. Kindly note, it was a normal administrative transaction and was thus therefore not recorded in the minutes of the board. It was an offer made by JNS Limited, which was paid within a short period. So you have here the National Cathedral saying that this matter of going for a loan from JNS, as they are now claiming, even though they told Parliament that it was contractors mobilization. Now they say it was a loan they gave to JNS, that JNS had given to them and they were paying back.
Yes.
Now, there was no board resolution to confirm that. Indeed, Shraj says that when they asked them, they also added that our modus operandi is that we agree amongst ourselves not to take minutes of directors of meetings. Then Shraj continues at page 162. This is rather very unfortunate situation and needs to be discouraged. It has the potential to cast doubts in the minds of the ordinary man on the integrity of transactions and is a very dangerous practice. The danger of such informality in the handling of affairs is evidence in the situation where the resolution of the fifth respondent, that's JNS company, to transfer the money to the National Cathedral, SB 28, predated the formal request for the money by the third respondent. The resolution to transfer the money to the National Cathedral by the third respondent was passed on 25th August 2021, whereas the formal request for the loan by the National Cathedral is dated 26 August 2021, SB 23. So, do you get what is going on? The only document Shraj found is a resolution by the JNS board. And even that resolution, it predates the formal request from National Cathedral. So what is going on here? When they were even cooking the documents, they couldn't even take their time and check the dates. Shraj is saying that they didn't find board resolutions, didn't find documents. And yet, Shraj gives them the benefit of the doubt that perhaps it's a loan which they are paying back. So when it comes to the aspects to do with Kusi-Boateng, Kwabena Edu-Gyimfi, and the conflict of interest matter, to be honest with you, Shraj doesn't cover themselves in glory, you know, and for people to then be all over the place saying that, creating the impression as if, you know, I didn't have basis to go to Shraj. When you read the conclusion of this report, Shraj states clearly, let me read it. It says, in conclusion, the complaint is justified in part. My complaint is justified in part at the end of the investigations. The claim of conflict of interest relating to the four respondents without merit, based on the results of investigation, whilst the allegation of breaches of mandatory procurement provisions under the Public Procurement Act 663, as amended, by Act 914 have been justified. I justify those.
You see,
and then the commission takes the opportunity to express its gratitude to the parties, especially the complainant and his lawyers, for the cooperation extended to the commission during the investigation. So what's all that propaganda out there about?
You see, and you see, it's an interesting point you make then. And I'll bring you briefly on this matter, because one part of the most important aspect of this is what Senator Blackwell has done on the issue of now we getting to know what the details of this issue is. Now the public is aware, based on the Shraj report, 165 pages as we've come through this morning. The other important aspect is the implementation or execution of the recommendations.
Alfred, pardon me, just 10 seconds, quickly. Just quickly, before Martin comes, because this is very crucial.
Quick one.
You see, when Shraj also says that Kusi Boateng engaged in that conduct, the double identity conduct in his private life, I have other companies which Kusi Boateng Kwabena Dejemfi has incorporated, and I presented all to Shraj. Even after he has become a public official. So Shraj says that he became a public official in 2017 when the board was inaugurated. Look at when he's Victor Kusi Boateng. These are official documents from the Office of Register of Company. When he is operating as Victor Kusi Boateng, even after his inauguration in 2017, on 14 January 2019, he incorporated El Dunamis Media Limited. 26 March 2019, he went to incorporate another company, On Point One Laundry Limited. 14th May 2021, he incorporated Vibrant Generation Chapel Worldwide, LBG. 20th May 2021, he incorporated Dunamis Chapel Worldwide. Then when he's operating as Kwabena Dejemfi, after 2017, after the inauguration when he became a public official, on 21st October 2020, he inaugurated the 4Bs company. He registered that. Since November 2020, he registered Annie B's Petroleum Limited. 19 July 2021, he registered Great Speed Engineering and Construction Limited. 9 December 2021, he registered New Wave FM Limited. 8 June 2022, he registered another company, Lloyds General and Risk Limited. 16 January 2023, only last year, he registered Dunamis Insurance Brokers Limited. He's all over the place, everywhere, from petroleum to insurance to radio, media.
All of this companies.
All of this after 2017. And I presented all of this to Shraj. So it is not true that, it is not accurate that this his double identity thing, he stopped along the way, or when he became a public official, he stopped. And so Shraj will not go into it. Shraj has let this country down. They've totally let us down. Look at the overwhelming evidence.
No. So there are companies registered in the two names?
Yes, in the two names, concurrently. Different dates of birth, different things, different mothers.
If that one will kill me. Two mothers.
Yes.
The guys, I thought the guys were saying, Umami Baku.
Incredible.
That's what mothers, you can only have one.
Yeah. Incredible.
Dr. Wasida, really, listening to all of this, and you say forensic audit will be further conducted. But hearing all this, Dr. Wasida,
yes.
That just in any way, and I'm talking about you, concern you that much that action must be taken now? Doc?
You know, Alfred, it's a great concern, you know, as I listen to all of this, especially about the man of God. It's a huge concern. You know, I know that people have local names that are not on their birth certificate, especially giving names at birth and naming ceremony. And if you're a Catholic, like I was baptized a Catholic at St. Maron's Catholic Church and was given a Catholic name, Peter. If you're a Catholic, you have given names and all of that. It's a real concern, to be honest. And I really hope and pray that Prophet Victor Kusi Boateng would himself bring some clarity to these issues, so that at least for those of us that are concerned about the double identity and the different date of birth, Oh, as for the different mothers, I mean, you know that, I mean, you can have a mother who gave birth to you. Obviously, it's one person that can give birth to an individual, but you can have another person who will raise you. So those ones, I mean,
you are stating official documents. Official documents.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
your explanation is not to justify that.
No, I cannot.
Don't try and defend
that's what I'm saying.
Official document when he was registering these companies.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So your explanation, is it meant to justify this, or you are just making a point?
I don't speak for Kusibuati. You understand?
Okay, that's fine.
Exactly. So just
let him go ahead. Yes,
we are helping you.
Allow me.
Very slippery road.
Allow me to deliver my points. I think that would be good. So all I'm saying is that it will be good for Prophet Victor Kusibuati to come out, because I mean, definitely all of us are very concerned about the names, the different dates of birth, and the different identities and all of that. So it would be good for him to come out by himself to help the Ghanaian people, okay, understand these issues very well, and also be able to put it to rest, because it's a huge concern for us.
Well, and Council, I'll come to you on the point about the fact that when someone like Dr. Blackwell started this, the criticism, and even I had that concern, that beyond him putting it on his social media and then publishing it, and for the media to talk about it, then what next? There had to be another step of accountability. Yeah. He's taken this matter to church. Church has done their investigations, called all the parties, heard them, and made recommendations on what has to be done next. After we getting to know all this detail, and looking at the actors who have to execute this, does that raise any matter of concern for you to the extent that they are all political appointees who, because this matter is also heavily political, cannot run away from that? That these persons can carry through or will carry through these recommendations by Shraj. So, for instance, the Auditor General has been mentioned in this report that there should be some forensic audit conducted. The Attorney General has been mentioned in this report as also now the Commission says they further recommend for investigations and possible prosecution of the Board of Trustees, and then also some further investigation by the Attorney General into the matter of Kwabena Dujenfi and Reverend Kusibuati's identity matter. And the Public Procurement Authority as well has been called upon to abrogate this contract, that it was void from the beginning, ab initio, to the extent that all the heads of these institutions that are supposed to execute this are political appointees. Do you have any concern in there, or trust that this will be done anytime soon?
With the exception of the OSP, I have grave concerns, especially when it comes to the office of the Auditor General. You know, this is the Auditor General that at the beginning of this program, I mentioned that since December 2020, his promise to find us 52.5 billion has been a mirage. Okay? An Auditor General who said he will find us 52.5 billion since December 2020. Look at that letter. Just a second. Let's go because it helps. 1st December 2020 to all media houses. Audit Service report of 52.5 billion cedis transferred from GCB to unknown sources. Our attention has been drawn to a publication in the social media, blah, 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 concerning our audit observation on transfer of tax receipt by GCB to unknown sources amounting to 52.5 billion. Please, let somebody check. In 2020, the exchange rate, and then we see how much in dollars it was, right? Now, it goes on. Whilst we appreciate the public's interest in the audit, we wish to place on record that the audit in reference is a special audit exercise which was requested by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, in a letter dated blah blah August 2020. Then based on Article 187, Clause 8. The request included the following. So I just want to go to the most important. So they say, he concludes by saying, in accordance with Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution, we intend surcharging any participating commercial bank who defaults in transferring tax receipts collected from various transit accounts into the respective BOG holding accounts. Once again, we wish to assure the public that, as usual, we shall submit the audit report to Parliament when the exercise is completed. Okay? Signed, George Swansea Winful, Deputy Auditor General for the Auditor General. That's 1st December 2020. Auditor General is looking for 52.5 billion from GCB to unknown sources. This has not been done. All because we know the clearing agent, Ekufuado, is at work. He will not allow the Auditor General to do that work. So for now, I don't have hope in the Auditor General being able to do any better forensic audit. The only time that we will get that hope is if we make sure that Bawumia is not elected to serve a 3rd term for Ekufuado. Just remember, a vote for Bawumia is a 3rd term for Ekufuado. So if you want to find your 52.5 billion, if you want to find the details of the Cathedral money, how it's been spent, okay, then it means that make sure that Bawumia doesn't become president. Because if Bawumia is president, that is Ekufuado's 3rd term. You will never get justice. You won't. Forget it. Forget it. Clearing agent. What are you talking about? Clearing agents still at work. So that is it on the Auditor General. Now let's come to OSP. Now, the Shraj report. If you are referring something to OSP, just say, I'm referring to OSP. Then in that same report, they say they don't find corruption. Shraj, do you have a mandate to investigate criminal corruption? I mean, why was Shraj running ahead of himself? Yeah. You only do administrative corruption. You don't have a mandate to investigate criminal corruption. So what was that statement in there? Look at the, please, can you give me the page? That you don't find corruption. How? Have you investigated corruption? Did you take a caution statement when the OSP is going to investigate corruption? They take caution statement, etc. Did you caution this, what do you call it, trustees? Did you caution Kusi Boati and Co? So how do you say you don't find evidence of corruption? Then the next line, you go and say, you suspect corruption. All over the place, wobbling all over the place. Yes. Look at it. It says this. Although, look, it says, that's page 137. Although the commission has not found any element of corruption in this case, the extent of the breaches raises reasonable suspicion of corruption. You say, although the commission has not found any element of corruption. Shraj, do you have a mandate to investigate criminal corruption? No. Do you have a mandate? So what are you writing? No, this whole report, it's all over the place. You don't have a mandate. You've not cautioned them. You weren't doing a criminal investigation. So what is this thing? You have not found any element of corruption. How? How?
All right.
So you see that Shraj itself, now they need training because look, this is not the first time. Other Shraj reports, when they say corrupt, you see, when it comes to conflict of interest, it's not only actual, but even the optics, when it is apparent. Yet you find Shraj come and say, oh, we don't find anything. Then you're like, does Shraj really understand conflict of interest? Shraj, I'm telling you, we need to retool Shraj. This kind of report is wishy-washy. I'm not done. Yes, I thought, listen. So, yes. So the point is that, listen, Shraj, you don't have a mandate to do criminal investigations. Don't write like this. Just say, oh, we suspect they may be. And then so we are referring to OSP. Yes, you are allowed to say you have a reasonable suspicion. But you don't start by saying you have not found. What did you investigate? You didn't investigate criminal corruption. So how will you say you have not found? I mean, this bad writing, waste of a taxpayer's money. Yeah, you come and write because when you do this, you think Kusi Boati and the rest, when they get lawyers, they think their lawyers will not come to court with this and say, oh, but Shraj even looked at it and said they didn't find any element. Why would Shraj do such a poor job? Very poor job. I mean, come on. Right. So, listen, this thing, like I said, the key to it is that to get to the bottom of this matter, make sure that you don't give Akufo-Addo any third term. Don't give Akufo-Addo a third term through his surrogate, Bawumia. Otherwise, we are finished. We are finished.
Now, we showed you the current state of affairs, and Professor Jampo, I'm going to round up with you on this matter because we're getting to the Electoral Commission, and that's our next issue. Some of Dr. Blackwell will have a quick take on this before he leaves us because he has to also go and attend to other equally important matters. But in the end, accountability is key in this matter. That is another end result of what Samuel Okudzeto Blackwell has done, beyond we getting to know. How can this be exacted?
Well, I said earlier that for now, there is no hope that we can even execute the recommendations of the SHRAJ. But I have every belief and confidence that whoever takes over the reins of power after our upcoming elections would want to act to ensure that there is accountability. Indeed, we would not keep our mouths shut. We would push that the right thing is done. You see, the whole idea of constructing a national cathedral by President Akufo-Addo, in my view, was a calculated attempt at deceiving some men of God just for the purposes of rallying them behind his bid to be elected as president. And it was also, in my view, a very misplaced priority that clearly shows that he does not even have a full grasp of what the real issues are that Ghanaians are looking for. He doesn't really have a full grasp of what really would uplift us from the quagmires of poverty and underdevelopment. He doesn't have that grasp. And so it's okay. He's done his bit. He's a goner. We've spent $58 million in digging a hole. Let's see what happens, after him. And like I said, we would demand accountability. And I'm arguing again, making the point that our Fourth Republic will be short-lived if some of these infractions, if some of these things that have happened are not addressed head-on. If we don't see, if we don't see by the comportment, by the actions of whoever takes over, that they feel that, look, these have not been done right, and so the right thing must be done. If these things don't, if you don't see these things happening, then I'm sorry, but our Fourth Republic will be short-lived. And so let this be known. Those who are to be charged for causing financial loss to the state, let the law take its course, and let everybody be made aware that when you get into the public space to serve, yours is to serve the interests of Ghanaians.
Right.
President Akufo-Addo said that if people were looking forward to making quick money, it was not going to be made, it was not going to be happening in his administration. But we have people who are serving as board of trustees, being paid huge sums of money, and when no work is being done. And even when some reverend ministers were resigning, others felt that, well, to the extent that is free money for us, let us, if you are lying down and then they are pouring honey into your mouth, you will not spit it out, you will swallow it. But you see, they should be made to vomit the honey that they have swallowed. When power changes hands, and whether we like it or not, power will change hands. Whether it is going to be breaking the age or resetting Ghana, power will change hands, and I expect that the right thing is done. As for President Akufo-Addo, he's a monumental disappointment to Ghanaians, and he's a goner. He's spoiled it, and I don't know, the worst president in Ghana's Fourth Republic. The worst president in Ghana. I mean, everything. Look at all the indicators. Look at all the indicators. The worst president in Ghana's Fourth Republic. And it hurts me. Yes, there was J.E.A. Mills. There was President Wallace, there was J. Kufuor. Yes,
you look at all these people and you say,
how would you rank him?
Is the West
president? But okay,
gentlemen, it's 2020.
Look at all the indicators. Look at all the indicators. Look at governance.
Every indicator.
Look at governance. Look at corruption.
State capture.
Gentlemen.
State capture. Economic mismanagement.
Economy. Okay, democracy.
Okay, you know it in your house of
perception index.
Yeah. You are a professor, you know
as a check, as a yes.
You know perception.
Yes, as a check the CPR. That we use it.
That has always been there. That has always been there.
Hold on.
You said Ghanaians should be begging.
Thank you very much.
You are focusing on the minors.
But the point is,
the previous one I will be back shortly. I'll be back shortly. Get into the next
you are focusing on the minors.
There's ambulance contract. You are focusing on the minors. Ambulance contract is a minor.
Once said,
I've seen more demonstrations and strikes in my first 2 years. I don't think it can get worse in the second 2 years. I have the dead goat syndrome.
Dada Noir. On December 7th, vote for integrity, competency, and development. Esuro.
Uncle!
Aww. This Christmas is giving.
It's giving!
Are you ready, kids?
Sis, is the jollof ready?
It must be for kudos!
Jollof is ready!
This Christmas, it's giving the best in entertainment on DSTV. Grab a DSTV decoder or reconnect to your existing subscription and be entertained.
Now this is giving. Thank you!
Penny funny na muntu aba ema obia usu nyame a obeju ni dance ho muntu aba ema God Ramani Mahama any NDC na aksitremu enyemre emaye ni na
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Hey, Cha, once again, you're welcome. Hey, how is my nephew?
By God's grace, he's well. He's the reason why I came here today. Opa, thank you for sending us money the last time. It was very useful. As I sent it to your nephew in school to be buying food small. You already know the feeding challenges with free SHS these days. He's already home for vacation, and I need some help to enroll him in private classes.
But he just left for school a few weeks ago. I mean, as for this your traffic light system, I don't understand. And we have to cough money for extra classes in this economy.
Look, it's unfortunate the way we are playing with the future of these children.
Yes.
This free senior high school program needs to be improved. And that is where John Mahama comes in.
They say he's coming to cancel the free SHS when he comes home.
How can the person who started the progressively free SHS program cancel it? Rather, he is going to maintain and improve it by abolishing the double track system, providing dedicated source of funding, and include the private senior high schools in the program. You know, he's also going to decentralize and improve the food procurement to make sure that our children can eat good food while they're in school.
Money can breathe.
I'm going to campaign for John Mahama because I want quality free SHS for my children. Enough of the traffic lights.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Papa Sammy, I beg if you find something small, give us.
Bro Sammy, you see, nobody say boys no one do nothing and just they rely on handouts. Just to know deep.
I understand the hassle. Hope they come. John Mahama, they come do the National Apprenticeship Program where he go sort you guys.
Brother Sammy, wait till be that.
John Mahama knows say no be everybody way won't work for office.
Like me.
That one day is true.
Under the National Apprenticeship Program, young men and women where they won't learn craft will be enrolled under the program and attached to a senior craftsman who will train them for free.
I beg you, mechanic day inside. Me like this, I don't want to learn mechanical, but the course no.
Mechanics day inside. Organizing, dressmaking, fabric making, catering, hairdressing, tiling, painting. What they even sweet about this whole thing, they say, when you plead, the NDC government go make sure say they go give you certificate where you go fit take go look for job anywhere.
That's sweet. Oh, that's be one wonderful.
Another wonderful thing they say, when you plead, the NDC government go set you up with startup capital and equipment to make sure you can start your own business.
Wow! I dey go shop in my town wait 7 December.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Fellow Ghanaians, President Akufo-Addo has refused to sign the anti-gay bill passed by Parliament to protect the family values and innocence of our children. Vice President Bawumia watches on while paying lip service to protecting Ghanaian cultural values and her future. Clearly, the future of our children is at risk under the MPP. The December 7 election is a choice between the NDC that truly believes in the promotion of proper human sexual rights and family values for the protection of the innocence and future of our children, and the MPP that supports the promotion of LGBTQ++, hence the refusal of their leader to sign the anti-gay bill into law. Say no to homosexuality and gayism by voting wisely. The MPP will allow gayism and the NDC will prevent it. Your vote is your power and chance to protect your children's future. Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
My brothers and sisters, at a time when we are suffering due to the bad policies of the Bawumia-led economic management team, leading figures of the NPP like Chairman Wontumi are destroying our water bodies in search of gold to satisfy their greed. To add insult to injury, they openly brandish their ill-gotten wealth which they acquired from poisoning our water bodies in our faces and mock us on top of it.
When your friend of gold, when your friend of gold, when your tesoro, etinya kata noa ya wono ena ma Ghana enyesiko. What you say? When your friend of gold, what you say? And it's a solid money. What you say? Sas kana yeno. What you say? Solid money. Solid. What you solid money? Money for be solid money. I'm talking about solid money. What you say? And the casa want to me was sika. Anya bango. Anya gold. And to some gold here I can watch me. What it? Mommy for you so boy. Solid money. We are talking about solid money. Solid money.
To stop this impunity, you and I must vote for change on December 7. Even Kennedy Japan of the MPP is calling for change.
I'm telling you, the situation we are in now, Ghanaians don't need change. Change needs Ghanaians.
Repeat that, please. So, and Ghanaians don't need change.
Ghanaians don't need change.
Change needs
us. It means that we've gone past change. The situation is worse. That the change itself now is saying that please come and let me change you. Yes. And when you talk to people, they all admit that we need change.
Vote wisely and vote John Mahama.
The question I have asked about the discrepancy between the figures that left the printing house to the voter rating is the ballot statistics at the printing house. Do those figures align with the figures in the voter region for those constituencies? Your press conference has not addressed that. You only assembled words without addressing the cause. So inform the general public. Ghanaians whose monies are being wasted. The ballots go, they come, we waste our time to shred them, we call people to come to the printing houses again. Mr. Bosman, the people we call, they have other things to do. So let's be efficient, and we can be. So what is the cause?
That's Dr. Edward Omaneboama, is Director of Elections and IT for the NDC at that IPAC meeting yesterday. At some 80 minutes to the top of the hour, I have 2,135 of your messages this morning. I would do well to read as many as have come through. Musa Abatwa and Aswase says, good morning. Alfred, we commend Honorable Kujoto Ablakwa for his dedication to serving Ghanaians and demanding accountability during our campaigns. Voters noted that while all candidates have good policies, John Mahama stands out for his commitment to recovering stolen funds, including the $58 million loss in the National Cathedral project through his Operation Recover All Loot initiative. This focus on accountability has earned him strong voter support. And you say thank you. This one here from, good morning, this is Papa Bisu. We know $58 million spent on the illegal project, but before that, demolition of over 20, you said the judges' bungalows were 12, you say, 12 judges' bungalows, Malian embassy building, passport office, etc., occurred, plus relocation of all the above. Question is, how much went into them? Take note, this hard-earned taxpayers' cash spent, we want to know, you say, and that's a question that you ask. This one here from Tefle, S. Wowi from Tefle says, good morning. I have been thinking about the corporate governance issues in connection with the cathedral. The banks were reported to be dealing in bad governance, hence their collapse. Why are they still paying the board members of the cathedral if indeed work is not going on for more than 1 year? Our leaders are not helping this nation and we need to hold them accountable for their bad deeds. You say, thank you. This one from Tefle. And this one here says that tell Professor Jampo, President Kufuor deceived those who wanted to be deceived. Some of us, the family members, spoke out, but many, including him, were gaslighted. This one here says there will be remodeling by who, as Dr. Palgrave is saying, when all the consultants' fees of the sole source firm of David Ajayi have been paid upfront, which is never the practice. If he has already been paid for the current design, if we remodel it to have a smaller cathedral, that would be further cost and even causing financial loss to the state because we have paid for something that we would never get. And another one here says that I admire the composure and it says principal position of Dr. Palgrave Boache Dankwa. If he cannot defend something, he will not speak about it. The issues being talked about this morning are indefensible. And I like him that he's not defending this, you say. Kwame from Soto. This one here says, you can see that Palgrave of all people is fidgeting on the cathedral issue. He's not confident at all. Well, he spoke, and he made his position quite clear on it. And this one here says that seeing the videos that your investigative journalists put out on the current state of the cathedral breaks my heart. I cannot imagine that $58 million has been spent on this site as you are showing us this morning, and all the monies that have been paid to the persons whose buildings were affected. You say, thank you very much for your many messages. Keep the conversation going. And the Electoral Commission is assuring that indeed they have the commitment to transparency and accountability in the upcoming polls. This follows the reports of the ballot paper shortfalls in the Bono and Volta regions ahead of the December 7 elections. And Samuel Blackwa, North Tong MP, and this constituency is in the Volta region, and it's going to have a quick one on this. But the Electoral Commission is saying that they discovered the shortfall themselves. Their staff discovered this, so really, it is not a matter of concern. But even before you answer that, there was a message from Professor Emmanuel Quason, who was saying that if the double identity of Reverend Edu Jemfi had matters related to the Electoral Commission as well, because I saw your guest, I'm sure you're talking about some Blakwa, display 2 different voter ID cards with 2 different names. Is Professor Jampo concerned that that could also compromise the electoral register, because you have one person having 2 different voter ID cards with 2 different names and 2 different dates of birth? Yeah. Prof, quick one on this.
I mean, certainly, if that is the case, if that is truly the case, I saw you display something.
That's what you have there.
Yeah, it's just that you cannot.
Commission must be assuring us.
Yes,
that they have probably cancelled one.
But they should.
Yes.
Okay. It's just that also your biometric details, once captured, you cannot.
But how did this happen? Because we do
how did it happen? Yes.
We do biometrics. So how did they allow this? So you see, our institutions.
So 2016,
almost all of them are compromised. You know, how did this happen?
Yeah, because
what shows he's not going to vote twice in this election? The EC must issue a statement on this.
Yeah. Because it should not have happened in the first place.
Because it's the same constituency, the Kwadaso constituency.
And then
the polling station is MAJHS Ohimasi.
Yeah.
Say Ohima or Shimasi. The same, 2016, 2020. Then the 2021, the polling station is Hilltop Perez Chapel. But it's the same Kwadaso.
I see.
I mean, what's going on?
So has he got different biometric details too? Possible? Yes. I mean, it raises a serious question that I think the EC must also be petitioned to look into something like this.
Okay, thank you. And the Blackwa, this matter on the shortfall of ballot papers, it's in a region that your constituency is in. The EC says they discovered this, and so to that extent, they're committed to ensuring some level of transparency to deal with it quickly.
Look, Alfred, the Electoral Commission led by Jim Mensah must be told in very plain language that we will not allow them to toy with the peace and stability of our country. Look, elections are very sensitive issues. When we talk about elections, registration, how people are voting and all, these are very sensitive matters. That if you do not conduct yourself as the electoral body in a manner that inspires confidence, even before the people go to vote, once you have eroded your institutional reputation and credibility, we cannot be sure whether people will even accept the outcome. And what does that mean for peace and stability? Look, the errors, the blunders, the missteps, the incompetence, the ineptitude is too much. One too many. Why? I mean, one would have thought that after more than 32 years of this fourth Republican dispensation, the Electoral Commission should have gathered all the needed expertise and experience to avoid some of these pitfalls. This is so elementary. And you see, don't underestimate the consequences of this. Look, in 2008, I was one of the NDC's monitors for printing of ballot papers. I was in the team. What we do at the printing presses is that apart from mounting 24-hour surveillance vigilance. When the printing is completed, we count all of them one by one, check the serial numbers, and then we sign on behalf of our parties that we are convinced as party representatives that the process meets the standard. So first of all, the number allocated to that printing press, they have printed up to that number.
Yes.
Then it has been done properly. And if there are mistakes, if there are errors, reprinting has been done, then it is signed. How come in this instance, according to our election and ICT director, Dr. Mani Boama, all the party reps signed that at the printing press called Act Commercials, they have duly certified that all the ballot papers have been printed. What accounts for this shortfall? And you know the implications of this. If it is the case that some people have money to lay hands on this ballot papers, we are not even told the quantities. What does that mean for D-Day? Wouldn't it lead to ballot box stuffing, where the miscreants who are in possession of this will be looking for places where probably people are not too vigilant, where they can infiltrate and then stuff the ballot box? And what does that do to the credibility of the election? So these are not matters that you take lightly. I thought when the EC put out this statement, they would have stated that they have commenced investigations and that they were going to publish the outcome of the investigation. To just sign this, Samuel Tete, the deputy chairman, signs that the Electoral Commission has identified some shortfalls on presidential and parliamentary ballot papers for the Keta, Ketu North, Ho Central, Ho and Ho West constituencies in the Volta region. The shortfalls will be printed by Act Commercials. Political parties and independent presidential candidates are to provide 2 representatives each to observe the printing process on Friday, 29 November 2024 at 10 a.m. at the premises of Act Commercial Printing House. Please find attached the shortfalls of ballot papers to be printed. And they leave it at that. Why is the Electoral Commission not interested in how did these shortfalls occur? Where are those shortfalls? Who is in possession of those shortfalls? How can we all be then vigilant to make sure that those shortfalls do not find their way into ballot boxes and be counted on December 7? So look, this is not enough. The Electoral Commission, first of all, ought to be preventing these things. When they have failed to prevent this, they must institute investigations. We must get to the bottom and make sure we retrieve those ballot papers from the wrong hands. You don't just leave it at that we are going to print more.
Okay.
So I'm terribly frightened about this. And let me conclude on the other.
Are you sure it's only in the Volta region?
Well, they said they mentioned a number of regions.
They said there are other.
Yes, they said
no, I haven't
Volta,
said it's only in the Volta. I'm just saying that this the 28th November
Volta,
statement
Bono,
was Volta region. Later on,
yes,
we are told of
Bono,
some
Beta
in the Bono region as well, which tells you that this is widespread. This should not be happening. Why didn't we see this under Charlotte Osei? We didn't see this under Afarijan. Why are we seeing that? You see the errors and a lot of it self-inflicted. I'm coming to discuss this bizarre directive from the Electoral Commission to all their regions and districts to limit press coverage. I mean, when we talk about, Professor Jampu is here, he's a professor of political science. When we talk about open, free, fair, transparent election, what are we talking about? It is open for everybody who wants to assess, who wants to convince themselves that the process is credible. There is no fetter, there is no impediment, there is no barrier. So how does the Electoral Commission, for the first time in the history of this country, issue a statement that only 12 media houses, and even that in this modern era, left out online portals, left out newspapers? And how are they going to do that selection? So the Electoral Commissioners will select their favorite media houses. And then this lame excuse that they want to control numbers. Hey, in this country, under our electoral laws, everybody is allowed to go and observe the counting process, the collation process.
Okay.
All the parties, we actually encourage our members that when you vote, stay if you can. Or if you want to go and take a quick break, have lunch, and come back to observe the counting. Is that not what we all tell everybody? How is it that for the first time, the Jim Mensah Bosmanasari-led Electoral Commission is saying that they are going to limit press coverage? How? What do you have to hide? And how would this therefore be an open, free, transparent, credible election when you limit press coverage? Look, let me commend the Media Foundation for West Africa, the Ghana Journalists Association, GIBA, Primpac, and all the civil society organizations who, and Professor Jampo and all of them, UTAG and all of them, who roundly and promptly condemned this directive. I am told that yesterday the EC called some of you and is now beginning to make a U-turn. They should better abandon this, jettison this idea. I mean, so uncalled for, totally preposterous. What do they have to hide? Why don't they want full coverage of the election?
And thank you very much. I know you would have to leave us to attend to other issues as well. But just so you know, we would also have another representative from the NDC joining to replace Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa. And because your constituency is in the voter region and this matters borders on the voter region, I'll take a quick one on you. But this is what the Electoral Commission has been explaining as to being the reason why these shortfalls happen, and the fact that it's not going to be at a cost to the state, because that issue was also raised. Well, this is Samuel Tete speaking for and on behalf of the Electoral Commission, his deputy chair in charge of operations, addressing the press, in fact, at the IPAC meeting yesterday. Take a look.
Something which is associated with waiting. And that is the reason why we ask checkers as well as the party agents to get to the voting house and make sure that we have the correct number of booklets for each police station within the constituency. So the shortfalls, the commission cannot be blamed, in the sense that you also have your agents there. We are all there checking, and it is, yes, it is not, it's normal to have shortages.
Inform you of our readiness to conduct transparent, credible, peaceful elections. This starts with our special voting, which takes place on Monday, the 2nd of December, 2024. And it will commence at 7 a.m. prompt to 5 p.m. It will be held in each of the 328 special voting centers in all the 276 constituencies, including SAL, that is the Guan constituency. The maximum threshold for any polling station in the special voting exercise will be 750. This year, some 131,478 special voters will vote in the special voting exercise across the country. It is important to note that the votes from the special voting will not be counted on the Monday, the 2nd of December. The counting would be done on Saturday, the 2nd of December, Saturday, the 7th of December, at the collation centers in each constituency. The ballots cast on the 2nd would be added to that of the ballots cast on the 7th for both the presidential and parliamentary election. All voting material required to ensure the success of the special voting have been sent to each of the special voting centers in all our constituencies nationwide, and they are in adequate quantities. These materials include ballot papers, indelible ink, stamp pads, thumbprint pads, the biometric verification devices, amongst others. A portion of the statement of poll and the declaration of results form, popularly known as the pink sheet, will be filled out. However, the remaining portion will be filled out after the counting of the votes, both the combined special voting, votes from the special voting and the main election at the Constituency Collation Center.
That's Jane Adokwe-Mensah, the chair of the Electoral Commission. They're explaining the earlier notice. In fact, the earlier indication was that it was going to be limiting. Yesterday, she said they are engaging the GJA and also the private media association also to ensure that the distribution of accreditation is done in a very organized manner so as not to disenfranchise anybody or prevent media from covering this election in any way, shape, or form. They say that GIBA and GJA will be in charge of the distribution of the accreditation, 4,500 accreditation cards, up from the 3,308 that was earlier decided. And so they would want us to ask questions of GIBA now and GJA. But does that really satisfy the issues?
Well, I think that in the morning of, I think, Wednesday, yeah, I had an opportunity to speak to this matter on Super Morning Show Joy.
Prof, forgive me. Let me acknowledge the presence of Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance and also a member of the NDC Finance and Economic Committee, right?
Yeah.
Professor, that's Khalid. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for coming. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to have you. Yes, Prof.
All right, so I was a bit quite surprised that the Americans say if it ain't broken, you don't fix it. So I kept asking myself what was the problem, because over the years we've always not had these directives restricting media houses to and media coverage at district and regional coalition centers. So what was this directive seeking to achieve? But of course, the Electoral Commission has also come out to explain its side of the story, and I think the explanations also make some sense. But the point is that it's important the Electoral Commission appreciates and understands the terrain in which it is operating. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's operating in an atmosphere of utmost distrust, and so if people do not trust you, you must approach some of these initiatives with some caution and trepidation. Rather than acting and later coming to consult, I would advise them to consult and act so that there wouldn't be backlash. Okay, nothing prevented the Electoral Commission to dialogue, okay, with the various media houses and media practitioners about its decision. Look, we have district coalition centers, we have regional coalition centers, and we're going to have a national coalition center. And the national coalition center, all of you guys can come there. But at the district coalition centers, the rooms may be small. At the regional coalition centers, the rooms may be small, and we don't want stampede and all. There should have been dialogue about this. Mm-hmm. Give and take. Media practitioners, some of them would understand, some of them may disagree. But at the end of the day, you would have had some consensus. So that once this decision is communicated or announced out there, you didn't have a backlash. But as it stands now, the decision was taken, and then people had to react the way they did to force the Electoral Commission to now take the decision that we're going to hold it on and to consult. I think that the first thing that could have been done was for them to have consulted first. And once again, I want to advise them that they are operating in an atmosphere of utmost distrust. And so even if you mean well, your good intention, people would want to read other ulterior motives into it. And it is up to you to appreciate this environment so that you approach some of well-intentioned initiatives you may have with some caution and trepidation. And I would also advise them, it's not a matter of, yes, I mean, to be competent, you yourself must examine whatever you are doing with the view to perfecting what you do. And so in the process of going this route, you may be able to identify challenges within your own administration, within your own practices and within your own activities. And then the idea is, yes, once you identify the challenges, you try to address them. And so you see, the Electoral Commission is now often saying that, well, we identify these things ourselves, which is good. But we should also note that, you see, when it comes to election, okay, elections in Africa have been the result of several implosions. People have lost their lives, states have collapsed, people have been maimed, and all that because of elections. And so, even though it is good that the Electoral Commission must work to be identifying its own flaws and be working on them, as much as possible, the idea of efficiency must drive them into telling themselves that, look, we do not even want to have any problems to be identifying and to be addressing. Okay, so they should work on themselves so much so that they reduce some of these things that they themselves tend to unearth. Otherwise, then people will continue to charge them or make the claims against them that, look, they have something that they want to be hiding. But it may not be the case. And I commend the political parties, especially the NDC, for their continuous vigilance. Okay? Whatever the case may be, with vigilance and your preparedness to look into things and to ensure that you don't sleep over your duty, I think that you don't shirk your responsibility and other. I think that nothing untoward can be happening in a manner that would destroy a party's electoral fortunes. And so they should continue to be vigilant. I would urge the Electoral Commission to also work such that where you have to consult before major decisions are taken, you consult first. It is not nice to take a decision and be forced to go and consult and afterwards. I think it is not too nice. So that would be my advice to them.
Okay. Dr. Pago-Bachidankwa, on this matter, because trust is key in any electoral process, and one of the major ingredients that is needed in ensuring that that promise of a free, fair, transparent election is achieved. The concerns have been about the conduct of the EC in some of the instances, the errors committed, and then also how they were identified and eventually corrected, and the EC stance on some of the issues that have come up now, affecting or impacting the trust that is crucial going into this particular election. As a party, did you have concerns as well with the recent position on the media, and then also the matter of some of the serial numbers discrepancies, not only limited to the Volta region, Bono, Greater Accra, we understand as well. 7 days to this election.
Alfred, so the Electoral Commission, I don't know why they are tensed, and I don't know why they are behaving in the manner in which they are. We have come far in this country.
That's sometimes tension.
We've had elections, we've had printing of ballot papers that has always gone to very securitized.
I'll work on your microphone right now, please. But while you're at it, yes, they'll check it right now. They'll check it right now. While you're at it, no, I'll stay with you, Doc, but it will be corrected right now. While you're at it, let me welcome Dr. Arthur Kennedy. He is a medical doctor, a member of the MPP, and former flag bearer hopeful as well for the NPP. Dr. Arthur Kennedy is joining us on Zoom right now. And let me also say at this point that we have a special edition of Key Point today for a number of reasons. Because my guests who are here, that's number one. And two, we have also some special guests who are going to be joining us on Key Point this morning. 7 days to election day, December 7th.
Some huge former
Yes.
elephants.
So we have some two special guests joining us. One is Dr. Arthur Kennedy, and then also we will be joined by Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng.
A huge former elephant.
Yes. Professor Kwabena Frimpong
A huge
Boateng
former elephant.
is the surprise that I've been keeping away from you for good reason this morning.
one chased the elephant into the
He is going to join us in the studio. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng is joining us in the studio this morning for a very important conversation as well, all as part of Key Point. So stay with us. Yes, Dr.
Alfred, I'm glad that finally I have a mic.
Yes.
Because everybody had a mic. And
indeed.
All I have.
No, always had a mic. Hold on.
There were mics on the panel. Allow me. There were mics on the panel. Everybody on the panel had a mic to their shirt. I didn't have one.
Okay.
That's the truth. Please, is that not the truth?
No,
I've just been given a lapel mic.
Since you asked the question,
yes,
the explanation is technically is that the microphone in front of you.
I'm aware that there are microphones in front of everybody.
Yes,
no, he's making a point.
No,
I understand. The microphones in front of everybody also speak to the
So
Ghanaian
you see how
people.
you're making a case for microphone.
No. Let Palgrave speak. Let Palgrave speak.
I don't want NDC to make a case at the East.
No. Dr. Palgrave, please speak.
Let me go to the substantive issue. I am very troubled with the behavior of the Electoral Commission.
Why is that?
You see, in this country, when people are going to write examinations, you take your exam questions to a securitized printing press. Often people are not even aware of where the printing press is or which agency is doing the printing. And then when the printing is done, there's supposed to be verification of every question before it even comes out of the printing press. I'm concerned that printing houses are making mistakes with serial numbers, and printing papers, ballot papers are being sent to EC, and EC is deploying and later asking for those ballot papers to come back. I mean, these things are unpardonable, to be honest. And I've shared my frustrations about these issues on many platforms. This is a very important election, as all elections have been. It's a very important election for the New Patriotic Party. We want to make Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the next president of the Republic of Ghana. The Electoral Commission is the only body that all of us that would vote next week, Saturday, would have to use as a medium to make that decision on Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia becoming the president of the Republic of Ghana. So a few days to the election, and we are having these challenges. I think that, you see, Electoral Commission, we beg you, okay? We want a transparent election. We want a free and fair election. We want the Ghanaian people to know that the decision they have made is reflective on the announcement you would make. So please, spare everybody in this country the tension and the anxiety and all the butterflies that are flying around. Spare us all of that. On Monday, 2nd December, we have special voting. That is going on, or is going to happen. I hope we don't have any issues with serial numbers and any issues with ballot papers. But I have to really express my disappointment with all these issues of serial numbers and the fact that some ballot papers have to be bent for political parties to assemble
and to be watching.
Oh, please. I mean, I think we've come very far. Okay, Madam Jane Mensah, we beg you, please. Okay, we beg you. Let's have one country. Let's have a peaceful election. Let the Ghanaian people know that should they make a decision to vote for Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that is reflective and not otherwise. So these things do not augur well. Okay, does not augur well. So please help all of us. And those would be my comments on the Electoral Commission.
Let's see. Now, they've made the point that all of these issues that have been seen, Dr. Batidankwa, is as a result of their own vigilance. At least recently, they identified the errors themselves. Previously, we saw the NDC also identify some of the issues and the errors that were pointed out to the Electoral Commission and eventually corrected. Is that reassuring?
No, you see, Alfred, it's neither here nor there whether the Electoral Commission identified these errors themselves or a political party identified the errors, because the Electoral Commission identified the errors, but yet still ballot papers were sent to constituencies and polling stations. They should have identified the errors at the printing houses and asked the printing houses to reprint and not even come into the public domain. It should have just stayed within the political parties. That look, the things that were printed, it's not reflective of what we wanted, so we've asked for a reprint. There are issues that happen, like I stated in the beginning of my submission, that when people are writing exams and they are printing it in printing houses and they make mistakes, they reprint it. If the questions are not clear, if some questions have been mismarked, because you know when you print, sometimes it mixes up, you can't see the words clearly, you reprint it. So these issues that the Electoral Commission identified the errors that they identified shouldn't have made the ballot papers go to the constituencies. It should have been halted at the very beginning. That's it. And also to state that, I mean, the media coverage of the election. I'm aware that about 4,500 media personnel are going to give to be given accreditation. Yes. But really, you see, Alfred, we have never had an issue with the coverage of our election by media house. We've never had an issue. From 1992, 96, 2000, even the most heated election of 2000, we've never had an issue. There's always been mandated bodies, GJA, GIBA, Primpark, the new media, all of these that bring out information very clearly. And in this time and age, there's really, even the people you are giving accreditation to, there are other people that will be able to find the results and put it out. Are we also to state that when other new media people find the results and they put it out, because they are not accredited, those informations will be wrong or not? I mean, I think, you see, the Electoral Commission, I mean, the way they are doing the things they are doing, it doesn't augur well and it's not helpful, okay? Like I stated, by next week when we finish voting and we start doing the analysis on radio and TV, and we start watching online feed and everything. We had a 2020 general election. We didn't have anything like this. Okay, we didn't have anything like this. Everybody had the freedom to cover it. I mean, people in constituencies, in rural communities, everybody, people were calling and sending results. So where are all these restrictions coming from? So, well, I'm glad that they said GJ and GIBA have agreed that they will give 4,500. I hope that we don't set a precedence of 2028 that because of the 2024 general election, media houses were accredited. You can accredit all media houses that are registered with GJA. And for the media houses themselves to decide who would go and represent the media house. Because media houses have affiliations all across the length and breadth of this country.
Dr. Parker Batidankwa, thank you on this one. And that's why I bring you in, Dr. Khalid. Because there was the other concern was about the training of the officers. In fact, as of yesterday, we understand that the training was ongoing and was going to end that yesterday or today. And the fact that political parties don't know the final list of electoral officers who are going to be used on election day. For you to even go through to know their backgrounds and so on. Does that fit into those concerns you have?
Yeah, it does. I mean, Alfred, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here with friends I've seen quite recently, and also to your cherished viewers. I mean, the Jane Mensah-led EC has been one of a troubling EC that has had a false start since she took over the reins.
Why?
As EC chair. I'm going to come to that. And I'm limiting it. I do this just not as an empty analysis, but I joke to post it to her performance at the IEA. And I know Professor Ransford Jampo, who has been a long-standing fellow or a senior fellow, has just been following for the IEA, would attest to this. Throughout her public life at the IEA has been to champion multi-party democracy, right? And she sought funding in this light, has stood that, and whoever brought presidential debates into the fore has been the IEA. And each of the times she does this, she does it in the spirit of multi-party democracy. in the spirit of accountability and transparency, in the spirit of inclusion. But ever since she took over the reins as EC chair, she has been an exclusionist. And I say this without any reservation whatsoever. She has been an exclusionist, starting with the limited registration exercise. In how she conducted it was very poor. Now, is she trying to tell us that funds were not allocated to the EC, such that they could have had earlier training months ahead of this election, such that background checks would be done? This is an election, a very crucial election. It is the only election political parties have been overly burdened. Look, you are going to check ballot boxes that have wrong serial numbers. You are burning ballot sheets, right? Reprinting ballot sheets. Now you are checking the background at the very last minute. You are spreading political parties thin and stressing them already before the D-Day. Why must we subject ourselves to this? For me, I even think parliamentarians should recall Parliament and haul her before Parliament to explain for such ineptitude and gross misconduct at the helms of affairs at the EC. This is unpardonable. But I blame us, the taxpayers. We've made her too comfortable. How many EC chairs have we put sandbags in military action, deployed police to go and guard her home, or his or her home? We've done it for her, which even looks like a decoy. As to whether she sleeps in that home or not, we don't know. And we are paying taxpayers. When our security system is so porous, ordinary citizens ought to be protected. And we deploy a number of security people to one particular individual who's meant to man elections. And this is the best she can present to the nation. That's quite unfortunate, if you ask me. And I don't know where all of this is coming from. 21st century. EC chair, you have problems with media accreditation. Imagine if we didn't have the media in Techiman South. The kind of disaster we would have had, the mayhem we would have had. It took the media to save the lives of people in Techiman South. And they have an EC chair with such posturing. I don't get it. Where is this coming from? But you see, again, the performance doesn't inject confidence in any of us, and it's not even inspirational. Growing up, we had INEC. When they say someone worked at INEC, you knew what the person was made of. And you knew the kind of respect they command within even their neighborhoods as regional INEC officers. And this is EC. We're talking about EC chair, the deputies among them. Look at even their letters. Diction very poor, setting very poor, font size bad. 21st century. No, we haven't seen letters they publish. I'm being honest. Look, they need a crash program on public administration.
So the point exactly is?
My point exactly is that they are not exhibiting confidence and exuding confidence in what they do. You go, I can tell you to have a content analysis. Professor Jampo is a political scientist. Go and sample all the press releases and letters they have churned out and run them through a proper content analysis with a framework to determine the quality of the writing in terms of diction, settings, and what have you. They are poor. In an era of new media, how does that inject confidence into anyone? We have to judge the quality of that. So if their letters and all of that are not even set out right, how can serial numbers be right? That is the poor quality that is reflecting on the serial numbers.
You talk about it putting a burden on the electoral.
Yes, not the electoral, on the political parties.
To now, then you don't know, so you don't know the officers are going to be deployed. If you get to know of the officers on Monday, Tuesday, maybe five days before election in December 7, how does that pose a challenge? I want to understand this.
Well, how does that not pose a challenge? They are spreading us thin because we have to deploy polling agents, among other issues. The pool of people we have that probably ought to have been polling agents and ought to be deployed may probably also be there to verify all of this. We deploy them to the regions. And now we are burdened with this. It means we have to look for new people to do this. And know that this is a security thing we have to look at. I mean, look, compare this to other jurisdictions. In the UK, they're still using opaque ballot boxes, right? They are using black and white ballot papers. They tick with a pencil, right? Mm-hmm. That is modern UK, 21st century. Here we have opaque, we are using thumbprints and among other issues. And you have problems with media accreditation and representation. What are we talking about? And never in the history of this country have we had issues with media. Why the Jane Mensah-led administration?
Well, they said they wanted to.
You see, and the point is, look,
intent, she explained in what
intent?
we just played, that they want to avoid the use of overcrowding and
overcrowding.
Also,
so in the last elections we've had, there have been overcrowding.
Everybody.
No, the media has caused. No, so the media has caused overcrowding in the last elections we've held in this country.
No, that's at the coalition center.
No, yes, many media at the coalition center, too many media in previous elections held has caused overcrowding. What's she talking about? You see, and the point is, we have all seen how the president appointed interesting people into the helms of the affairs at the EC. We haven't had that. People might have been colored, but for the first time, we had a TESCOM patron. Who is there? And his language and replies to the NDC as an opposition party has not been one to be admired. You know, when we complained, he talked about how in time past trees and whatever found their way onto voters register. And this was coming from a deputy electoral commissioner. And we think that reflects free and fair election. So this language, if you contextualize it, distill it, is that reflective of a potent EC that injects into the public spear confidence that it will do what it ought to do come polling day? No. So why the fuss about media? And I keep emphasizing, Ayawaso was wagon. If not for the media that had live coverage and what have you, the commission of inquiry would have been shambolic. We keep saying with the media, what in her days at IEA, was she not a friend of the media? How can that not be reflected here? She has enjoyed all her public life in the name of multi-party democracy, so I really don't get it. What's the problem?
So for you as political...
And for me, I think that, look, all these last-minute issues still happening that are very sensitive and have security implications whatsoever. She needs to be responsible for all of these things. And she needs to be hauled before an appropriate arm of government to respond to why that is.
You are at the IPAC meeting. Your party was represented. You raised concerns.
We raised concerns in the IPAC meeting.
You got responses. Is that you weren't satisfied with the responses?
Look, imagine Ghana was a country that you run or you're a member of a political party, not even the NDC. Would you be satisfied with those responses? Every day she talks about, oh, stakeholders are going to be engaged. Look, the media issue, right? It's embarrassing for the EC to take that step and even go back and say, okay, we are going back to have stakeholder consultation. Do you have stakeholder consultation before the fact or after the fact? So all of this is just reflecting inept leadership at the helm of affairs. And if people want to read meaning into it and say you are taking orders from someone above, they will be justified because you don't create room for any interpretation to be made. But all of their conduct, not just Jane Mensah, including all the deputies, are raising concerns in the minds of the average Ghanaian that how is this election going to be run? How are, results going to be declared? And they are worrying. That is my problem. The last minute issues. When we made concerns, she was like, oh, we're going to have a meeting, look at it and get back to you. A month. I was here a few weeks ago and I said, look, we only have barely a month to elections. And she's saying that they're going to look into this. Where is the confidence? I mean, let's just sit back and say, what can we learn from the current leadership of the EC as far as peaceful elections are concerned, as far as leadership is concerned, as far as transparency is concerned, as far as accountability is concerned? Even the international community is worried. Did the UNDP not avail itself to help in an audit that they refused? Why did they even run away from the audit? You ran away from the audit, you are running away from the media. What have you to hide? As Electoral Commissioner, we are paying you with taxpayers. It is meant to be an independent EC. It is just not an EC. You've moved from the third sector, civil society, that is meant to enhance progress, accountability, transparency. You've been given a carte blanche, right? A blank check to run an election. It is not your hard-earned earning. But we've made her too comfortable. That is what I think.
Well, making her too comfortable in what sense? You, the political parties, have kept the EC on its toes, at least.
No, when I say too comfortable, I'm talking...
the NDC consistently raising issues right from the get-go about the errors.
And how many of the issues have been addressed? But it does not interest you that the MPP has not cited any error. But
you heard Dr. Palgrave Boateng-Dankwa. He's also raised concerns.
No, citing errors as a political party? Have they cited any error? It's not rather interesting. I know Palgrave is... his portfolio lies within security and governance and what have you. But McMenu, the last IPAC meeting when we raised issues, he was very happy and sounded as though he's been briefed by whoever we don't know that things were okay. Is there a single concern on serial numbers? Why is it that the MPP, the NDC is the only political party pointing out these issues? And on every point and step of the way, the NDC is vindicated because the evidence is there, it's glaring. How come the MPP has not raised any issue? They don't have concerns over ballot printing. They don't have concerns over elections. They don't have concerns over media accreditations, but the NDC. There must be something wrong. But as good people and citizens of Ghana, Jane Mensah should know she's running an elections. We're watching the elections closely. Let's make sure we deliver a free and fair and credible elections. But by their conduct whatsoever, they have not exhibited any of these. I'm telling you, look at how colored the EC is. So if there were any substance to be held onto, they should have been exhibiting the highest standard of accountability and transparency based on their backgrounds, because of where they are coming from, such that when interpretations are made, people will say, okay, well, the bar is very high. But you are very colored and you've lowered the bar to its very minimum. Where are we going with this?
29 minutes of the 11. Let me see if we can have a clear connection to Dr. Arthur Kennedy now. Dr. Arthur Kennedy, good morning.
Good morning.
If you could put your camera on for me. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us on Key Point, also live on 3FM 92.7. Dr. Arthur Kennedy, thank you for joining us. If you've been listening to the concerns raised about the Electoral Commission and the effort or as it were, the attempt by the Commission to address some of the issues that have been raised relating to the errors identified, plus what's happened to the media accreditation issue. The EC says, with all these concerns, they are ready to deliver a free, fair, and transparent election. Do you identify with these issues?
Yes, I do. The Electoral Commission may assert that it is ready, but it does not look ready. If you are still scrambling to reprint ballot papers a week to voting and having to pull back your accreditation because of negative feedback and others, it leaves a lot to be desired. It doesn't mean they will not be ready come election day, but for now, I think that when they say they are ready, it is more hope than factual, and we hope that, as some of your panelists have said, they might get everything done. And I also urge all the political parties, particularly the MPP, to join in raising the legitimate concerns that has sometimes been surfaced by the NDC. A good, clean, transparent election is in the interest of every Ghanaian.
Thank you very much. And please stay with me. Council, on there, I think it's pretty straightforward on what has to be done and to, as it were, improve on the confidence. Trust, key ingredient in going into this particular election. And there's been that assurance. In fact, yesterday and throughout the week, they've been talking about the preparedness that they have put in place ahead of the special voting, December 2nd, and then the December 7th presidential and parliamentary election itself. Then we heard of these concerns about the serial number discrepancies. They say their staff identified that. And so it is as a result of their oversight that this particular one was identified, so they're going to correct it. But then it raises another matter of how it impacts on the confidence as well and trust for them. Is it one that you are also concerned about, or the assurances from the Electoral Commission is enough to give them that needed benefit of the doubt?
No, absolutely no.
Why?
Assurances are not enough because, there is that common saying that talk is cheap. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing to walk your talk. Yes, talk is cheap. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing to walk that talk, especially for an EC that has a very troubling track record. You remember how in the past we've had opportunity to raise concerns with how they've done things. You remember the most recent one, the exhibition of the voters register, all right, where it was very clear that, they needed to re-exhibit. You see, we had to make a lot of noise. Then eventually they said, okay, they would allow people to use text, the code to verify whether they are registered, they are on the register, etc. You remember also this common matter of the forensic audit, something that was done in Kenya and which brought them a lot of dividends. EC just agreed for us to do forensic audit. That too was a tango for a long time, right? I remember even the chief of GOS, Nana Kwesi Busumpra, joining in the fray. You could see for a chief, it was trouble because everybody, I mean, most of us, people who wanted progress for Ghana, just saw it as easy. If one of the biggest stakeholders has concerns, what was it going to cost to do this forensic audit? Especially as even it was said that the UNDP had agreed to fund it. It was not going to be the taxpayers' money. And can you imagine what dividend the forensic audit would have brought? It would have given us a lot of credibility. It would have shored up the credibility of the EC. And don't forget, this is an EC that has its IT systems being manned by what? MPP persons. This is number one, Amfu Kwachi's son. Amfu Kwachi is one of Ekufuado's trusted advisors. Yeah, Amfu Kwachi, the one who got convicted for the narcotic drugs. His son.
It is not his son. It is not his son.
Who is he? Who is he? Who is he?
It's not his son. Okay.
Who is he?
Counsel.
But who is he? So it's a relation. If it's not a direct son, it's a relation. He must have taken care of him. Because for this to have come, this he must have taken care of him. He must be a relation. Yes. You see that? Yeah, that's why it's refusing to answer that one. And in Ghana, when we say son, son, we all were. Cared for by people who
you sat here, you said someone cannot have two mothers.
But that one is an official thing. That proves your mother. That one is a biological document. Yes. So you see, my greatest problem is that Amfu Kwachi's relation in the EC there, and then the doctor, the other. No, apart from I'm coming to the EC system, I'll come to Jacob. The IT system, there's another doctor. He's MPP. What's his name?
Help you.
The doctor is just. I'll Google. Please, viewers, people know his name. I'm coming. Okay, so let me go on. Yeah. So those people are in charge of the IT system. So I'm yet to come to the commissioners. These guys, Amfu Kwachi's relation and the doctor, openly MPP. They are in charge of the IT system. And when I say IT system, let's remember in 2016 when we wanted John Mahama out, and the MPP went and brought. Joe Anochi, the NCA boss. Yeah, we're happy. They say yes. Joe Anochi, listen, IT guru. He was coming to counter the NDC.
He worked at NASA. That's what they were.
Excellent. And we're happy. Yeah, because that 2016, we wanted Mahama out. So when Joe Anochi arrived, he was like, yes, Jesus had come. The man with the eyes. And truly, he was said to have thwarted NDC efforts to rig the elections, right? So today, if you have an MPP man in charge of the IT system, viewers, this man's name. I won't be happy.
Why you look at you can.
There's no way. Yes, so I'm continuing. Yes. I won't be happy. The next level. Let's come to the commissioners. Dr. Apia Hini, Kodeyo itself has come out. Kodeyo is the largest election monitoring body, the largest CSO. Kodeyo, from the way it's constituted, represents all Ghanaians, from the chief imam to the churches, other CSOs. Kodeyo said, look. Withdraw Dr. Apia Hine, an MPP foot soldier, as a commissioner. Kodeyo, please, it's not us here just saying it. Kodeyo, the body that represents all of us, said no. The appointment of Apia Hine and the Salima lady were not on. They are too close, and the Reverend Minister are too close to the MPP. Then next, I'm coming to Bosman Asari. Bosman Asari, who taught his students, said, NDC is an existential threat to Ghana's democracy. A professor, that NDC is an existential threat. Initially, those days it looked good, right? Until Ekufuado came and performed far worse than John Mahama. Then we said that, what this professor said is rubbish. Yeah. You see, those days, because he was said that MPP were elite, they were supposed to be better. But now we've seen. that John Mahama, who is not a lawyer, has performed far better than a lawyer. I mean, that's where my pain is.
Really no,
yeah, that was the narrative. Yes.
Are they really elite?
And that's why I'm talking about the year 2000. So I'm looking at the pivotal. You see, starting from 2000. Yeah, those days. Maybe if you were in here.
No, I know.
In those days.
Yeah,
2000.
Trying to emphasize.
So it was said that NDC, they were made up of the masses, veranda boys, etc. So if you were in the university, remember Professor Jampo, those days, hey, you didn't want to see anything close and be associated with NDC at all. If you're in the university, elite, as a university student, you thought that, yes, you belonged with MPP. But now time is shown us that Mahama, who is not a lawyer, has performed far better than Akufo-Addo. But are you surprised? You know when Akufo-Addo went to University of Ghana, he didn't do well. Akufo-Addo was a struggling student. Was it third class or pass? You see, in 2008, when Atta Mills was there, all these records were brought out. Then, you know, eventually, you see how God too behaves. That's my problem with God. Atta Mills was annexed, he died. Then these bad boys, they live longer. That's the irony in life. So my point is that Akufo-Addo came to University of Ghana, performed very poorly. Poorly, third class, or was he a pass? Such a person, do you think becoming president, he was suddenly going to become Solomon? Do you think somebody who made that grade, third class, was he a pass in economics, was suddenly going to become an economic messiah in government? No. So that's why we chose. We're hoping that, having left school, you know, some people may not do too well in the classroom. They come into the field and they excel. And so because he had those few cases, just like those ones I've won in the court, MPP versus AG and the rest, so we thought the man had transformed. Me, it was even later. Look, Justice Kulendi, when he's teaching his students, he said he wrote those submissions, the cases that Akufo-Addo won. Kulendi said it. You ask lawyers who have been graduating in the last few years. Yes, when he teaches, he says the submissions, MPP versus AG, those cases, he wrote them. So it means Akufo-Addo just read. So for me, the time he was coming, because he had won those cases, I thought, with those submissions, then the man is transformed. It's turned out that he has never transformed from the third class.
Your question was on the EC, so really? Why have you brought...
No, but I did analysis.
Wait.
So let's go. So I started from the IT system. Then I came to the commissioners, right? Then I came to Boss Masari. So it was Boss Masari's own that led us to the... It's very, very connected, right? So you see, and he's very important because, you know, Akufo-Addo has, put down a lot of state institutions. He's not allowing them to work. So I'm coming to that. That a man who didn't do well in school, struggling with a third class or a pass, what do you think? That when he becomes president, he suddenly will become a first-class material or he will excel? No. You know, Atta Kennedy, he wrote the book, Chasing the Elephant into the Bush. We should have read Dr. Atta Kennedy's book over and over. He said it. But you see, at that time in 2016, Mahama had annoyed us so much that we just weren't ready to take any more from him, right? So my point is that your question was easy.
You run that for me.
Yes, am I happy? I say no. And I'm even happy Professor Frimpong Boateng is coming to continue. The legendary Frimpong Boateng. You remember earlier on, I had said it that people who have taken positions in this government but later saw bad governance and are speaking up should be lauded. You see, I mentioned Sophia Ekufu. I should add Professor Frimpong Boateng. Yes, he was minister. 500 excavators got lost, etc. Later, he saw that no, he can't continue with this narrative. He has to disassociate himself. So he is come out, right? So it's an important part. So discussing all of this, I'm saying that I can't be assured that the EC will deliver credible elections, considering how the IT system is manned by MPP apparatchiks, how the deputy commissioners, etc., are MPP. Some even saying that NDC is an existential threat, and then how Akufo-Addo is not allowing public institutions to work. The clearing agent, everything, he will go in there and try to make sure that the MPP has his way. So we've searched, and I was coming to the Afro Barometer. The Afro Barometer shows that trust in the EC is gone down. The Mo Ibrahim Index shows that trust in the EC is gone down. So
what could they have done to improve on this trust?
So
going forward,
number one, look, that forensic audit, is it late? It's not. This week they can do the forensic audit. For me, look, we just got tired. It doesn't mean we've accepted. The forensic audit is still important. Let's do the forensic audit. It would help. That's one. Then two,
it's good that finally they've considered that the decision to restrict the media accreditation is not the best, so they are going back to consult. Should I even loud them? But the thing was so clear. It was common sense. Media, the fourth estate of the realm. You know when they started referring to media as fourth estate, my check showed that 1771, Edmund Burke, they saw that media are very, very important. There's even this very famous quotation by Jefferson. Please, you can Google it. I'm paraphrasing it. Thomas Jefferson was fourth president of the U.S. He says, look, he prefers a society without a government but a media to a society with a government but no media.
Okay.
Yeah, you can Google it. Thomas Jefferson. He was ambassador to France and then fourth president of the U.S. So can you imagine? In the 1800s, people saw the strength of the media. And then going back to 1771, when the media, as a fourth estate of the realm, is said to have been used for the first time by Edmund Burke, UK, member of parliament and other things, a philosopher, etc. Right? So this thing has been there for long. We've always seen that the media is a strong pillar of a democracy. So you see that because Jim Mensah and his her deputies are lightweights, they don't even know much. They don't appreciate what a democracy is. So they would lightly think that they can shanter aside the media. I'm not surprised. Finally, you see, remember Jim Mensah, when she was coming here, I said it. I said this is not somebody who had distinguished herself as an intellectual giant.
Disagrees.
She hadn't distinguished herself either at the bar as a lawyer or even in any practice. Look, she was on the commission, Constitution Review Commission. She didn't excel there.
I'll respond, don't mind.
The Constitution Review Commission. She went there, she didn't excel, etc. The Mensah had never excelled anywhere that you say yes. Small CSO, she could be executive secretary, people would write, then she would read. People would write. You guys were writing and she was reading. Like the way Plenty says, he wrote and Akufo-Addo read. So the Mensah has never been an intellectual giant. So I'm not surprised. I said it from day one. And it's because of her relationship with, among others, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, the first lady, etc. Right? That is how she got there. And so we are paying the price for the nepotism, family and friends.
Quick one on this matter.
Martin, I think sometimes you can make your point without attacking the person. I believe that there are clearly on this table, we all agree that there are challenges with regards to the work of the Electoral Commission. And my view is that we talk about the challenges dispassionately and then encourage the Electoral Commission to appreciate the fact that, why are you laughing? you are confusing me.
You are conflicted. That's why you have to declare.
No. So we talk about the challenges dispassionately and then also urge the Electoral Commission to appreciate the environment in which it works. Because my view is that it sometimes feel that, look, everything it does would win the acceptance of all, but they don't trust you. And so that should make you want to inch up your performance such that you would not be blamed. I think this should be the focus. But to talk about her past record, I think for 10 years, this was someone who brought 14 years for someone who brought political party leaders together to discuss issues of national importance in an apolitical manner. I think it's ever since that program collapsed, we've not had any inter-party dialogue platform again. So I think that, yes, she has. Why are you signaling? You are confusing me. I think no. I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling. I think the point is that we have the right to disagree and make our points, but let's not attack the person. I mean, and more importantly, everybody in Ghana knows that Jim Mensah was my boss, and
you call this an attack.
But talking about, I mean, the kinds of things that you straight.
I said she hadn't excelled.
What did you use in determining?
I checked. She was at the Constitution Review Commission. She didn't do jack.
Please. So who did what at the CRC? Who will you rate?
I checked with commissioners at the CRC.
No. You can make your point, but let's not attack.
That's why Ghana.
No, but you can make your point because there's no know who went to grade them the work that they did? Who went to grade the work at the CRC? Justice Fiajo or who graded the work of the CRC? The whole work of the CRC has been abandoned by Akufo-Addo. And so why are you now trying to? No, but we're talking about it. Why are you now making noise? Why are you now saying that only Jim Mensah didn't perform? I mean, stop that. Please, you cannot attack some people.
Are you still affiliated to the IEA?
Well, I'm not affiliated to the IEA. But the point is that, I mean, if it is right, it is right. If it is wrong, it is wrong. I think we've made our points on this particular matter. But I don't like the tangent that Martin Pebu is going.
No, but the person
is okay.
Thank you very much.
You've spoken your mind. I've spoken my mind. Let's let it go. You don't have any 1 minute to do anything. You don't have 1 minute to do anything. We are going on.
All what you've touted her for in multi-party democracy. Thank you very much. Let me indicate that we're live on 3FM 92.7. Your microphones are off. Also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. And as I indicated, we have a special session as well today on Key Point. We are closing at 11:30 today because of our next conversation. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng is my guest together with Dr. Atta Kennedy. We also have Professor Bafo Ajmendia also coming through. And then Professor Bransford Jampo is still going to be with us, and Lawyer Martin Pebu for the next session. That is, what kind of leader does Ghana need with what we are confronted now and what is ahead of us. 7 days to election day, December 7. It's decision day, country at a crossroads. What kind of leader does Ghana need going forward? That's the conversation, the question on the table. After this quick break, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng is joining me in the studio. He's already here, and we'll have a conversation on this. Remember, this morning, I'm clothed by Kogra Clothing. What I'm wearing now by Kogra Clothing, the best version of you. You can locate Kogra Clothing on the Spintex Road, 18 Junction, opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, ground floor, same building with the Ghana Made store. You can call Kogra Clothing for this political suit and every other that you would need as well from them on 0244 238 341, 0244 238 341. That is 0244 238 341, or on WhatsApp 0500 9099. Choose Kogra Clothing, choose right. And they've redeemed their promise to Professor Jampo. So there you have it. Is it not?
No, they have, and then you see, the dress was so nice. I'll bring it in my election analysis on this platform. I made demands for it.
We'll be back shortly.
And he was
after this
doing the advert. Didn't you keep?
We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng will join us. Dr. Atta Kennedy is already with us. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Over the past 7 years, Ghana has witnessed remarkable progress and transformation under the NPP, from education, job creation, infrastructure, and healthcare. They have paved the way for a brighter future. Free SHS has given every child the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Major infrastructure projects have connected our communities, improved healthcare services, have enhanced the well-being of our citizens, and more jobs are being created through 1D1F.
With better roads, I can transport my goods easily and reach more customers. NPP has truly made a difference in my life, and I want them to continue with their bold solutions.
With the NPP support for tech and innovation, my business has thrived. I believe they have a vision to lead us into the next chapter.
The improvements in our healthcare system have saved many lives. Thanks to free SHS, I completed secondary school without worrying about school fees. I believe in the NPP's vision for the future, and I want them to lead the next chapter.
Join us in writing the next chapter of Ghana's success story. The NPP's bold solutions will lead us to a brighter future.
Vote number 1 on the ballot.
In the beginning, life feels heavy. But then, hope arrives. Star 446 hash saves you in the Dewa Chop Money draw at 10 a.m.
Congratulations.
Give your dream a chance. Even better, like life, Dewa 539 gives another chance for those who missed their morning Chop Money draw to get lucky in the daily Dewa Rush Hour draw at 1:30 p.m.
Play every day.
And you draw no so shall dial star 446 ash. Nika Dewa 539 direct lotto no. Let this 7 o'clock and you may be
24 hours, 3 daily draws at 10 a.m., 1:30 p.m. and 7 p.m. Dewa 539 is designed to save you in the moments that matter most. Play every day, win every day. Dewa after.
Mahama once said,
I've seen more demonstrations and strikes in my first 2 years. I don't think it can get worse in the second 2 years. I have the dead goat syndrome.
Dada Noir. On December 7th, vote for integrity, competency, and development. Esuro.
Allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all.
In almost 8 years, what is the verdict of this proclamation?
One day on television, I will kneel down and say, Mahama, I am sorry. And someone may kafan who say, oh, yeah, angel.
Say one day,
Mahama was an angel.
Mahama Kafra. Maybe you this in you, but I stand for the truth. Mahama, sorry.
Oh, I'll take this opportunity to apologize to the former president. I mean, His Excellency John Mahama.
And yesterday, I was bold to apologize to President Mahama because he's a fine gentleman.
Corruption, number times 10. Mama, this year, the Facha Ghana for the Facha and the Facha.
The first year is up at your mama shop, but no physical. Maybe the Japan shop. My body baby, your mama, my body baby.
Missing someone making kafa Mahama who part that time you piece of Mahama you come forward you say, not Mahama angel.
The luckiest
star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere.
8K. Hey, you can get 8K. Get back packing from your man. One line. Hey, wait.
You go put it on his tab. This is my man.
Good luck. We'll wait here. We are star 712.
It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Let's
choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
Maybe straight to option 4.
Now, you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random ticket. That's it. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5.
Baby, give me your 5 numbers.
And how much are we buying?
Babe, look at the body and buy you.
With your body,
Hey,
never. Tread cautiously. Now follow the prompts. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
Imagine a Ghana where your dreams are not defined by the tribe you're from, and your job is not decided by the party you support, but by the strength of our nation and the promise it holds. A Ghana where opportunity is equally based on every faith, every region, every district and every constituency, where true unity exists and diversity is our power. A Ghana where all 16 regions are activated with industries, development and purpose to yield economic prosperity. And picture leadership that is not bound by party rules, but by the needs of the people. A government that is decided by the voice of the people. This is the vision of Nana Kwame Bediako and the New Force. We stand for everyone, for the youth, the women, men and the elderly. So when you step into that polling booth on December 7th, vote for Nana Kwame Bediako, number 12 on the ballot, with the 12 pillars under the apostolic governance, the 12 ministries, New Force, and Nida Swaba.
And as I indicated to you, today being the last of the key points before Election Day, December 7, exactly a week away from today. By this time, voting will be ongoing, and we here on your Election Command Center will be giving you everything you need to know, all the coverage and all the exclusive detail and interviews and analysis and the conversation in and out of the studio. So stay with us every step of the way as we build up strongly to December 7, 7 days away. But we have December 2, that is on Monday. We have the special voting taking place as well. So we have a special coverage for that, and please bear that in mind. Now, joining me in the studio is the former chair of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, former Minister for the Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation Ministry, and former CEO of Kolebu Teaching Hospital and the Cardiothoracic Center, and many other things that he has done in contributing to the development of this country. Headed the Ghana Red Cross Society, so many things. We can spend the whole day talking about the contribution that this man has made to the development of this country. I'm talking about none other than Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng. Prof, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on your program.
It's good to have you.
Sitting here with these wonderful people.
We are privileged.
It's good to have you make time to join us for this all-important conversation. I still have Dr. Arthur Kennedy with us on Zoom, connecting with us as well. And Professor Ranso Jampo is still with us, and Lawyer Martin Pebo. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, sitting back and looking at how especially things are playing out now with respect to accountability and taking responsibility for what is done by leadership, are you concerned that we are not making progress in solving the leadership problem that we're faced with as a country? Prof.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very important question. I believe that we haven't made any headway, and we've had leadership crisis for a very, very long time. This is not recent. Not only Ghana, but Africa as a whole. After all, leadership is, the function of leadership is to meet the necessities of a population. Maybe any biological population. It can be a family, a group of ants, termites, human beings. So human beings, our basic needs are food, shelter, clothing, health, and defense. These are the basic needs that leadership has to provide. And beyond this are ways to prepare the population for future challenges or emerging challenges such as climate change, globalization, and so on. So leadership is very important. But there are certain qualities that we should have, and we haven't had that for a long time.
We haven't had the quality you're going to talk about.
Yes.
Leaders in this country.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about it.
You know, I mean, we can sing Art Nkrumah because he came and he wanted to do something. I mean, I have not attended any leadership seminar before, but from my own life, if you want to achieve something, if you want to leave a legacy, if you want to do something for your people, you have to sacrifice, you know. And so we haven't had that kind of leadership. When I'm talking about leadership, I'm not talking about one person, but close leadership that has an aim. Let's take the U.S. There are several examples. For example, if we take the U.S., the signatories of the Independence Declaration, when they met together in the State House of Pennsylvania, they said, look, God has, all men are created equal and endowed by their nature with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And when they said all that, they made a very profound statement. And they said that in support of this declaration, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our worth, and sacred honor. See, they pledge their lives, their worth, and sacred honor so that America will survive. And there were 56 people. We haven't had that kind of focused, dedicated leadership prepared to sacrifice for the unborn generation. It hasn't happened. And we should, and sometimes we don't even consider character. Ghana, we don't consider character. We see people who have bad character, we think that when they become president or leaders, they'll change. No. The position will expose who they are. So this is what I'm saying, that character, dedication, focus, being prepared to sacrifice for the people, and giving hope. And this is one thing that worries me. 3 things worry me in this Ghana right now. Hope. See, young people have lost hope in old people, in national systems and so on. And they are going out. We see it from the hospitals and so on. You go to work and then your doctor is not there, the nurse is not there, the clinician is gone, and they've lost hope. And then this corruption that we don't want to mention in public, it's a worry. And corruption. Also how we treat the environment. You know, we treat our national environment. These are the things that will ensure our long-term survival.
You talk about lost hope on the part of the young people. You concede that your generation of old people, you failed us. This group of leaders, you failed us, the young people.
Yeah, young people are entitled to say that. I mean, I have children, I have grandchildren, I know what they tell me, but I don't want to be among a group that has failed these young people. I want to say something, I want to do something so that something can be done, restore hope to young people. Right. But as you said, yes, in a way, because when I entered the University of Ghana many, many years ago, I think there were about just 3,000 students in the university. And I had a room to myself. I think the first year I shared, from second year or third year, I had my own room. We had stewards, people coming to dress our best. We were given toilet roll thrice a week. You could go to the dining hall and eat 3 times a day or something. I mean, it was fantastic. We live free, but we grow up, people my age, maybe younger and a little bit older, and instead of maintaining that kind of system where students will get accommodation on campus, we spend money, build hostels, so that the students will come and rent and we get money. That is one thing that I really see that is wrong.
You talk about corruption, really, and consistently when this matter comes up, the government of the day has indicated they are actually winning and making progress with the fight against corruption in this country. What's your verdict?
You see, if we have a beautiful country like Ghana, 234,000 square kilometers, intelligent people at home and abroad, a lot of resources, and so on, and you are still in this situation, then there's something wrong. And then the thing that is wrong is corruption. That will not, is not helping us to develop. I don't think we've gotten grips of it. Anybody who tells you that you are fighting it seriously is not telling you the truth, or I don't consider it as something that is serious.
Well, that's what the president says, that the government is doing well in the fight against corruption.
Well, the president has his opinion and he's entitled to it, but I disagree with him. But the point is, let's not let's not be personal about this leadership thing. Let us define it so not only for what is happening now, so that the next leader or the next government will know what to do. That leading this country will mean sacrificing, you know. That it's not you and your family that should enjoy, make money, disrespect us, and then expect us to worship you. No. We are in charge of millions of people, and you are the leader. We must sacrifice for the survival of this country, giving hope to young people and the generations that are yet to come.
Dr. Kennedy, with what we find ourselves now as a country and what lies ahead of us, what kind of leader does Ghana need, really, with the experience that we've had over the last 8 years and gone by and beyond?
Good morning to your audience and to Professor Frimpong Boateng. He is a mentor and a friend, and I respect his contributions to this country a lot. Talking about what kind of leader we need, I think misses the question. I think the question should be what kind of leadership do we need? I say that because what we need doesn't necessarily have to come from an individual, it has to come from many sectors. So Professor Monet said nothing is possible without individuals, but nothing is lasting without institutions. We need both individual leaders who can build and stand up institutions. And then we need institutions that are strong enough that they make the good virtues and leadership things enduring. When we talk of leadership, I am hoping after December 7 that we'll have it from a lot of sectors. For example, I think parliamentary leadership will be crucial to taking Ghana to where it needs to go. Executive leadership and accountability, as the Prof has alluded to about corruption, I think Parliament will have a very good role to play. I think after we saw what has happened in the last few months, judicial leadership that is exemplary and independent is very important. Judicial leadership that will not in effect carry water for the executive or for a particular party, but do the nation's business. Judicial leadership that will have protected somebody like Domilovo so he could do his work. So judicial leadership is very important. There are also other institutions, like, for example, the Electoral Commission, so that it will give us clean, transparent elections, the security services, so that we do not go to elections this late in the 20th century and lose fellow citizens. We lost 9 of them in 2020. And even during the Peace Pact, you know, not much time was spent mourning their loss. So all these institutions, the media, like people like you, the work that you do informing the nation, all those things are segments of leadership. And there is even citizenship leadership. I know that in the last few days, they've reported that there's a security guard at Legon who said, no, I won't sell my vote, when people were trying to buy his vote, and because of that, he got into trouble. That is exemplary leadership from the ground by a citizen. But when we talk of leadership, or the way you framed it, we talk of presidential leadership. And that too is very, very important. I think that Prof. Frimpong Boateng started us on the conversation about selflessness, which is indispensable to good leadership. But when we talk of defining leadership, we're talking of people like LBJ, what do they call it? President Roosevelt, both Theodore and FDR, Lee Kuan Yew. And the reason I mention these people is that Lee Kuan Yew, for example, inherited a backward nation that had been rejected by Malaysia, and he said, we'll build this into a shining city on a hill. That will be an example. And he transformed it from the third to first world while respecting democratic tenets. I remember LBJ, who, when he became president of the United States after the death of John Kennedy, wanted to do civil rights. And somebody warned him, he said, if you do that, your party, the Democratic Party, will lose the South for a generation or two. And LBJ said something I think every leader should write in bold letters and put down. He said, but if we don't do these things that are important, what will be the point of the presidency? It means that the presidency is for doing big things for your population, like Mandela, who saw the need for unity, like Lincoln, who assembled a cabinet of his best talents because he said this nation is in crisis. So I'm hoping that the next president can bring us together. He can unite us. As Richard Nixon said on the night he won the presidency, he said, I spent the whole year traveling around, but one day in Ohio, I went to a rally, and as my train was moving away, I saw an 8-year-old girl holding a placard, and the placard simply said, bring us together. I want a president who will bring us together and inspires, like Prof said, so our youth will not lose confidence in our country. I want a president who will fight corruption and insist on accountability. And when we say fight corruption, we don't mean setting up needless bodies that will do nothing while you and your cronies continue to loot the country. The truth of the matter is that over the last so many years, except maybe for Nkrumah, most of our ruling classes, the goal has been organizing as a cabal to transfer wealth from public sector into private hands so that we'll enrich individuals. That is why Africa is a continent where we have so many successful individuals, but our societies are failing. I want a president who will fight poverty by creating jobs, by getting off the back of media, by making sure that we don't play favorites in business promotion. So good, strong businessmen can create jobs so our young men and women will not be crossing the Sahara or getting into leaky boats to cross the Atlantic and others for greener pastures elsewhere. And I want strong institutions like the Supreme Court, like Parliament, like Accountant General and Auditor General's Department. I want institutions that will work so that when a Ghanaian looks at them, he will have confidence in our future. I want to see in my lifetime a president who will finish his term and walk out and have a higher approval rating and admiration from the public than the day he took over the presidency. That is what I mean by leadership.
I see, but what we have now, we saw President Akufo-Addo enjoy a very high approval rating, in fact, from 2016. The results of that election is quite clear. But with what is happening now, how would your approval rating be as he exits?
Oh, he has been a failed president. And I actually think, of course, as they say, judgment is always in the bosom of history. But I think this has been the worst president of the Fourth Republic.
Oh, it's been a worst president of the Fourth Republic. Why is that?
Oh, corruption, incompetence, the National Cathedral picking the boss of Public Procurement Authority, who himself was a clearing agent for corruption, selling contracts on the side, undermining our public institutions, from Auditor General to the Supreme Court to the Electoral Commission. How much time do you have? I can go on and on.
So that's what informs your verdict on President Akufo-Addo?
And it should inform all our verdicts. I mean, these are objective facts that all Ghanaians can relate to. Actually, I feel sorry for Dr. Bawumia because the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo has become an albatross around the neck of his campaign.
Well, he sought to disassociate himself from a number of the issues. Has that been effectively done from what you said?
No, it has not been effectively and honestly done. I mean, you cannot, what do they call it, muddy the water from upstream and then come downstream to complain that the water is dirty. You know, you cannot be acknowledged and acclaimed and celebrated as the most consequential vice president in our history and then come down and say you didn't know anything about the policies. There is a way of separation, but I don't think it has been done. But I don't want to focus on the campaign. I'm talking about President Akufo-Addo's leadership. And I want to say that I have been disappointed. And I say this not in anger, but in sadness. I really admired him and expected a lot from him. But he has not delivered. And he has not failed alone. A lot of people helped him fail.
Dr. Arthur Kennedy, thank you very much for this. Professor Kwabena Frimpong, you say a lot of people also could be held accountable for that failure in leadership we are seeing now in this administration, as you have spoken about?
Well, I don't want to talk about failure in this administration. He said enough. But I'm looking forward that there are examples. I mean, we cannot reinvent the wheel. He mentioned Singapore. You see, in 1959, when Lee Kuan Yew became prime minister, he said this. He said, I saw the greed and decadence among some Asian leaders and had a sense of mission not to do that. So he came up with a credit program based on science and technology and transformed Singapore, which in 1819 was a village, a fishing village with 120 men. You know, 1840, we were signed the bond of 1844. Yeah. So he transformed this country from nowhere to where we are now. So if you have somebody who is dedicated, he wants to do something, sacrifice for the people. But you see, the thing is, what he said about Ghana, many people don't know that Lee Kuan Yew visited Ghana in 1966. And in Nkrumah, let me quote what he said. He said, "My fears for the people of Ghana were not misplaced. Notwithstanding their rich cocoa plantations, gold mines, and water dam, which could generate enormous amount of power, Ghana's economy sank into disrepair and has not recovered the early promise it held out at independence." It's all here, page 256 in this book. You know, and many things, what he said about us.
I see.
So, and you see, leadership should also understand certain international, you see, Africa will sit down for foreign companies to evade taxes to the tune of $850 billion. And then we go around begging for $60 billion to run the part, for example.
Let me ask you a direct question.
Yes.
With this National Cathedral project, if you had to take a decision on that, what would that be? To support or to halt?
I don't know. I mean, I've not thought about that. I think there are people who have...
Was it a worthy consideration or a worthy part to have taken to commit the taxpayers' money in?
Well, you know the answer. So let's...
What's the answer? I want to hear from you.
No, I'm not going to comment on that. I mean, it's too bad. I don't want to comment.
You say it's too bad you don't want to comment?
No.
Well, that's a comment enough for me. But you talked about the third matter for you, lost hope, corruption, and the environment. You headed an interministerial committee on illegal mining. You put together a report, so many pages with so many recommendations. You had 5 court cases slapped on you as a result. Do you feel any sense of disappointment because you spent time putting together a report that was never implemented?
Yes, I'm disappointed, but I'm afraid for the future of this country.
Why?
If we are destroying the water bodies, if we are destroying the soil, if we are polluting the air, and then getting rid of our farmlands, forests, and cocoa farms, then we are making sure that our next generation will not survive. But leadership is supposed to ensure the survival of meeting the basic needs. Look, the hunger that will come into this country will be phenomenal, I'm telling you. When
the hunger as a result of illegal
as a result of destruction of water bodies, farmlands, forests, and so on. and then the disappearance of our entire biodiversity. You know, animals are struggling. I'm telling you, I keep on saying that if you look at bears, the birds of prey, the scavengers, vultures, and so on, see, they need tall trees to lay their eggs and brood and hatch them. But we've done away with all the trees. When was the last time you saw a vulture here in Accra or on your way to Winneba? We've got rid of all the tall trees. Not only that, bears that brood on the ground, Akokophilia and those things, they're all gone because there's nowhere for them to brood and raise their chicks. So you imagine somebody from somewhere, space, coming to Accra with some machines, and every minute they are breaking down our homes, destroying pipelines, putting down our electric pylons and so on. What do you think will happen? So this is what is happening in the bush. We are there with excavators destroying the homes and habitat of and their means of getting food to eat. And this is happening every day. This is more than earthquakes happening every day here in the city of Accra, and then the human beings will not have their livelihood and places to live.
The last time we started talking about, over the last 2-3 months, a number of things have happened when this renewed fight against illegal mining, the campaign, in fact, against illegal mining came up. UTAG went on strike. TUC, organized labor, in fact, threatened the strike. It didn't happen because they said we're giving government some time. UTAG had to also back down on it because they said some of their demands government had met. But to think that...
We didn't back down because government had met any demand. We decided to suspend the strike because at the time we're taking that decision, we felt that the government itself didn't even exist. Those that we are supposed to be meeting, you call them, oh, we are in our constituency. And the president didn't care. His vice president is on campaign, touring. And the reason why we went on strike was not just for the sake of it, but to put pressure on policymakers to take action. Okay? And so that's how come we have now prepared a pact with the leading presidential, aspirants, in this coming election. We are hoping to get them to sign the pact with us between now and the next week. We'll do so before the election. So not that they did something in fighting Galamsey that led to our suspension. No, because we felt that they didn't care and we couldn't continue to romance the stone.
Well, I was coming to a point where, Professor Bombati, there are many who are saying that enough pressure was not brought to bear on government to take the necessary steps.
The government doesn't need any pressure. The pressure is the destruction of the water bodies and all the things that we see around. Now, if the government, even now at this late stage, the government can give an order for the dredging on the water bodies to stop. The government can give an order for mining in the forest reserves to stop. That should be the beginning. But I'm not going to say anything now. If we get a new government and they are serious about what I'm saying, then I can offer advice and as to how it should be handled. But for now, the destruction is there for everybody to see. There's no point for us to make too much noise about it. Let's address the next leader or the next leaders so that they take serious steps to stop. Because we are destroying ourselves. I cannot... Look, we have rivers, but they don't have any function. The rivers there, you can't drink, you can't use to irrigate, you can't even ride your boat on it because it's full of debris, mud, and so on. The water is there, it cannot be used for anything. So basically, and all the rivers are affected, including the Kosovo Lake. We may not see it physically, but if the red water is down, the white water, the black water, from all these things flowing into the lake, you see some of the heavy metals there, but the discoloration has not yet happened. But all the others, pra, and cobra, or fin, all these things, tano, they are all gone. And so it's a serious matter. We cannot, Ghana Water Company is finding it difficult even to produce water. To purify water for us.
Well, government responses to put together another military-led team.
I'm talking about Ghana Water. This is not military affair.
No, I'm talking about the recent campaign now. The response we've seen, Professor Bombati, government having the military now go around again.
Deploying a few people to go to a place, they leave, and then the people go back to. I mean, that wasn't effective. I mean, and deliberate. If the soldiers themselves are going, they will tell them, "Hey, we are coming here, so today don't go there," and the people will not go. They will leave, and then the people. I mean, it clearly shows.
I asked this question because, and Prof. Dampo, thank you for this. I asked this question because, Prof. Dampo, you, as part of your interministerial committee's work, had Operation Hawk, right?
Vanguard.
Operation Vanguard, which was led by the military, is it not?
Yes. And the police.
And the police. How effective was that, really?
See, I don't want to go into all these historical events. Let's look forward.
No, we look at history and juxtapose with the present to inform the future.
The thing is, whatever it is, I know too much about this subject that I don't feel like, saying much, but our performance has not been, as a country, as a government, we've had the military from the beginning, and we were warned, I mean, the military, that's not a job for the military. We were saying that we don't engage the military over 3 months because they go in for and then go back to their barracks. But when you expose them to this, you would destroy the Ghana army. You have a very strong, respectable, good soldiers. I mean, look at the performance of our soldiers from Congo in the 60s, through the Middle East, Sudan, West Africa, and so on. The reputation of this, if we expose the soldiers to this kind of environment for 3 months, you begin to compromise their position. So there are a lot of things that went wrong. And let's look forward, hoping that the next government will take serious action against this. It will not cost us anything. And we will not lose anything, We will not lose anything, but we will gain a lot by restoring the water bodies, the forests, our farmlands, and so on, and our health.
So involving the military, from your perspective, was a no-no?
No, over a long period. I was told, some of the senior military people told me that this is not the function of the military. I mean, they can go in an emergency for a few weeks or maybe 3 months, and then fall back. And then
But to have them involved for over almost a year,
or 3 years or so, that was too much.
What was the risk of that?
You compromise their standards,
The long period of involvement of the military in the fight against illegal mining.
Yes.
Compromise their standards.
Their function is not local. They are supposed to be defending us against external aggression.
I see. And you see, when you talk about compromising their standards, because there are reports that we, the media, put out about some of the military personnel being compromised. You headed that ministerial committee on legal mining. Did you come face-to-face with a situation like that, or did you hear anything of the sort?
Let's not dwell on these petty things, Let's look forward.
Well, it's important.
Sure it's important, but let's make
don't
sure.
You think so?
What I'm saying is that from what I heard from our senior, experienced people, military people, the soldiers should not be allowed to do this job for more than 3 months. To go in with a task or an aim, objective, when that is fulfilled, they go back to their barracks. And so we've learned a lot of things. I hope the next group of people will also learn. And actually, if we didn't have people in government, in the party, and close to power, doing this sort of thing, we would not have been in this mess at all. People who were supposed to help fight it are the very people who are doing it or promoting it in a way. So if you want to fight it from home. When you do that, then the rest will follow.
People in government and people close to power are involved in illegal mining?
In a way.
Say in a way, how do you mean?
Alfred.
Yes, sir.
As I said, I don't want to go into the details of this, and also say things in that report. I wrote a report for the presidency. I'm not the one to publish it. So I'm not going to...
No, it's instructive if you say.
No, I'm not going... Yes, it may be instructive, but I'm not going to go that far to say things in that report because I don't have that report. I give it out. And so I want the recipients to publish it, not me.
Well, but we saw some of the people you named in that report in government and close to this government.
I don't know why you saw that report. I didn't publish it. So.
Well, it was put out. The details you didn't dispute, right? You see,
I want to say something.
The Ghanaian people are.
Kennedy want to say something.
Yes. Dr. Kennedy, I brought you here for a reason, so that you have the Ghanaian people speak. Yes, Dr. Kennedy, please.
The professor put out a report. He has been on the record. The truth of the matter is that he's saying diplomatically that everybody around Galamsey is corrupt or has been corrupted. And you know that because you're a media person. So he says, let's look forward. Indeed, as far as I'm concerned, Professor Jampo's explanation about how they call off the strike is a little confusing, because precisely the reason why they were on strike was to get the attention of government. So if they were distracted, that actually seems to tell me that the strike was justified. So to call it off, I don't get it. But yes, we should look forward. But when we look forward, we just discuss leadership.
Mm-hmm.
I think we seem to think in Ghana that everything is about presidential leadership. The military people, the police, the IGP, they all swear an oath to the Constitution. They see the polluted water. They see the environment that is disappearing. They see the trees. They see the birds of prey who are all disappearing because of stress on the environment. And they are saying that until the president becomes patriotic or becomes forward-looking and say, let's fight this, all of them come fight it. What happened to swearing an oath to the Constitution? So yes, let's look forward. But the truth of the matter is that unless we have leaders who put our nation ahead of sectional interests, we'll never get anywhere. I don't understand why 80-year-olds would destroy their environment and watch pregnant women drinking polluted water and giving birth to deformed babies so they can have money to carry it with them to the grave. I just don't understand it. But like he says, let's look forward and hope that whoever the next president is, at least he will have some patriotism and vision and understand what people like Lee Kuan Yew and others did for their country, so we can do the same for Ghana.
Well, so Martin, what in the fight against illegal mining, what should the next leader do and not do to win or have at least a meaningful impact in the fight against illegal mining?
You should be committed to it and focus, and not be prepared to kill any holy cow. Make sure that whatever orders are given or objectives are set are met. And there are people around who can help him fight the fight. But the point is that the people, if you look at the Western region, the people who are supposed to be fighting the illegal mining are the same people who are doing it, So that makes it very difficult. So the president should be, the next leader should be careful in his appointment, making sure that people who appoint are not going to be the same people who are going to undermine. Sometimes.
Why do you single out the Western region specifically?
Because it's a, it's a place where the forests have been decimated.
We've seen Etiwa in the Eastern region and some other places as well.
Which one?
Etiwa in the Eastern region.
Etiwa, Kobro Forest, Apaprama Forest, and so on. I mean, look, if you have a situation where the CEO of the Forestry Commission, allows or gives permission for miners to enter 47 forest reserves.
47?
47 forest reserves.
And he gave them forest entry permit?
Yes.
I think that's in your report.
Yes. Yes, it's worrying. And then they say, oh, it's okay, you can mine the forest reserve. Then why is a forest reserve? I mean, it's worrying. I mean, I'm disturbed, but, let's hope that we will all come together as people and know that we are we have to discuss issues that have bearing on our survival as a people. If we destroy our water, we see in the past, wars were fought because of water. All settlements in the world, people settled along waterways and so on. But if we are destroying the very thing that will ensure our survival, then we have a lot of questions to answer in the world to come.
We have the LI 2462 that was passed by Parliament.
Yeah, but I think they're doing something about it.
Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, thank you very much. And with your proposals on leadership and what the next leader should be looking at doing, the fight against illegal mining and other matters bordering on leadership. And Dr. Atta Kennedy as well, thank you very much for joining us on this all-important extended version of The Key Point. It is for the greater good because this is the last key point before Election Day, December 7. So this conversation was very, very important as well, informing the minds of the viewers on the considerations on who to vote for the country that we have now ahead of us and what is going to happen 7 days away from today. It's the third edition of the TV3 Kids Festival happening today at the Four Sutherland's Children's Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. You grab your tickets for 20 cedis at the event venue, front desk of TV3, or dial *713#. That's *713 *19# to buy a ticket. Lawyer Martin Bebu, I do appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming. Professor Ransford Jampo, I do appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. And Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, thank you.
Ghanaians to be peaceful.
Yes.
In the upcoming elections.
Right.
Goal-based, you're voting on issues, and let's not go and fight. It's only one Ghana that we have.
Indeed.
And so the idea is that go and look into your living conditions and cast your ballot, vote wisely. Don't go destroy your ballot paper. Vote such that we would have a leader who will be able to help us govern well and develop all of us.
Thank you very much. And my name is Alfred.
My last statement. Please, listen, let's make progress.
Yes.
Don't allow the MPP to break the 8. Vote them out so that we can see the thousands of secrets of the looting, the dissipation of public funds, etc. And in that regard, I think the best candidate, because the NDC have the numbers, give it to JM, not because he's the best, but at this point, we need to salvage the country. Then later we'll take the NDC on when they are in government.
My name is Alfred Okanse, and stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We are crossing over now to the Efforts Sutherland Children's Park, where this event is taking place.
Hello, little sister. Hi. What's your name? Please, I'm Hepzibah Namawagbeto. The name I can't mention. You can't blame